Hello, welcome to a Whatever Wednesday with me, Bsm Gsm. Today, I'm going to be playing some more Final Fantasy XIV, and joining me will be Miss Pepper. Thank you for joining me, Jade. Today is one of the last few days of Valentine's Day, the Final Fantasy XIV iteration of the season of caring about the other people around you. Not necessarily love, it could be love. Look at that, aren't they cute? Anyway, let's go ahead and get this thing kicked off. So here we have the representatives from previous years, Astrid's and Emil. The icing on the cake. Astrid's Valentine's Day plans have gone awry. We'll get a great big cake. It may look small in the thumbnail, but it'll look huge later.
Oh, well met, friend. I'm Astrid, emissary of love and ardor. Although the Valentine's Day celebrations are underway, I'm afraid that we are still preparing the main event of the day. Why, if it isn't Bond, it's a pleasure to see you again. Hi. We're in dire need of assistance and see the festivities get underway, and an adventurer might be just what we're looking for. If it's not too much of an imposition, might I ask for your aid?
But of course, that's why we're here. You can count on me. Hi, Temple Wolf. Chaos! We're here to make a cake and kill chaos!
Oh, thank you. You've been hard at work getting everything ready for today. I even designed this fetching new outfit, and everything was perfectly in hand until we ran into a spot of bother. Allow me to explain. To celebrate Valentine's Day, we had to serve rather generously sized cakes to be shared with one and all. However, operations ground to a halt at the last minute, leaving our plans and cakes half-baked.
Oh no! We can't have half-baked cakes! They're soggy!
The emissary's dispatch to assess the situation should be returning presently with further details. Would you mind joining us at the amphitheater entrance to meet them?
Yeah, we can do that. I not that, Lily. Okay, I don't even know your boss, so I will not tell your boss. Ooh, more people are. Let's wait for this to happen. That's a hydrate, thank you. There's that funny Moogle with the funny pop again.
Oh, it's a bakery bedlam in there, Kubo. Those pesky rabbits should be creating confectioneries brimming with honor and affection, but instead they insist on being nuisance and obstruction. It was all too much for us to handle alone. As expected, this may be best left to someone more skilled in the art of physical altercations.
Like me!
This is Koopa Cop, our Moogle emissary in love and ardor, who labors tirelessly to deliver missives of ardor and affection to love-lorn souls realm over. He has been instrumental in celebrations of many a Valentine's Day. How can I turn down a request for aid after hearing the plan for such lavish deliveries of love, Kubo? Many paws make light work, as they say, so I collected a fellow Mog and flew over post haste to lend our aid to the patissiers of Valentione.
Oh, that's another hydrate. Thank you. I really should have a little Moogle little guy. There's already other things that are objectionably copyright, so I don't see why a Moogle would be too bad. There's a patissier.
These deliveries of love are nothing less than the cakes in question. Valentine's Day is a time to foster affection for one another, and how better to do so than by showing a sweet treat. We should share a vision with Koopa Cop, and soon came to the realization that we would need a facility capable of baking confectionery of colossal proportions. As luck would have it, there was an old manor on the outskirts of Twelveswood.
No, you're not talking about Hawk Manor, are you?
Yeah, exactly the one. How do you know?
Well, it's the only one, and it's also super haunted.
They didn't tell us it was haunted. They told us an adventurer cleared it out.
That doesn't mean it's not still haunted.
So Valentine snapped it up and turned it into a grand patissier. Everything was falling into place. Until a bespoke mammoth patissiers commissioned from the Goldsmiths Guild went on a rampage.
Yep, and there they are, being evil to Bert. And the other one. I can never remember the other one, but I can remember Bert.
I swear they lost their minds and they begin with. Why, the little fiends took us for common cake thieves, Kupo. They all but burned the kitchen off in a ceaseless frenzy. Though we have a whistle to stop the mammoths in emergencies, they are upon us before my little lungs can fill with enough puff. I fear the situation may be beyond my power, Kupo. Even with the mammoths behaving so, we cannot recklessly destroy such custom clockwork pieces, which means
that I can't hit them very hard.
Please, Bot, you're our only hope.
That feels like a Star Wars quote.
Will you dodge the malfunctioning mammoths, decorate those cakes, and save Valentione's day? For the sake of those eagerly awaiting the festival, add cake, I beg you.
It'll be a piece of cake! We're not gonna hit them hard, but we'll hit them with a whistle.
You two have no doubt that matters at end here, so allow me to accompany our brave adventure friend and provide what support I can, Kupo. Thank you. I'm sure that together, you'll soon have matters in hand.
Instance is unlocked. We can now go in. We talk to the guy. You can go in with a match party or a fixed party, just like Deep Dungeons. Oh, that's a nice dress, Miss Pepper. We're going to invite Miss Pepper. There's the two of us. I don't see anybody else around. I don't want to take too long doing this, so I'm just going to hop on in. Thank you for your assistance. Allow me to escort you to a patisserie when ready. Should you wish, I would be glad to offer my advice on the patisserie ahead of your journey. Ask about it. How many people can enter a patisserie? The members of the patisserie consider all who set a foot in its halls to be intruders. To the injury and incident are recommended with a group of no more than 4 capable individuals. I missed a bit of dialogue. Good thing it's a thing. A light party instance, 1 to 4 players, no job requirement, can go in as anything. If you don't have enough people, you can go with more people. Which I expect to find. Decorate as many cakes as possible, while avoiding interference from the rampaging mammoths. Kupka Cop can take charge of the recipe selection and direct your hand accordingly. It would seem that the mere sight of completed cakes drives the mammoths into a further frenzy. Though they appear to return to a more docile state once all intruders have left the patisserie, pray take care when you remain within. Carry ingredients! Once a cake is complete, you'll be able to start working on the next. The more cakes that get done, the more harder it'll get. What can be done about the mammoths? There is a way to temporarily stop the mammoths in their tracks. This maintenance whistle from the Goldsmith's Guild causes the mammoths to cease all activity, baking or otherwise. Sounding it correctly requires a moment of intense concentration, so ensure to use it at the optimal moment to secure a route to the cake. The action Bake Off can only be used when your hands are free and unencumbered by ingredients. You'll render a mammoth within unable to move. So, let's head to the patisserie with a match party. So we're going to get 2 additional people that I don't know. If it can even find people. So, I do have to put on the chat cover for this, because that's the rules of the game. Like so. Easily done. And it's kind of late into the season, and you don't need to do this event a lot in order to be able to get all the things that you can get from it. Mostly the only people who read this multiple times were people who just found it fun, and people who are decorating to make a cafe. You'll see the stuff once we're inside. Temporarily close that so I don't ruin the cutscene. So, a whole thing with Final Fantasy lately is that they've been doing these lo-fi beats. I think this is a good remix. Look at all this sweet stuff. Look at all those angry rabbits. Look at the lack of cakes. We're gonna fix that. Okay.
Thank you for agreeing to help decorate the cakes, Kupo. It's a simple matter of carrying the ingredients from the shelves around the room to the central cake stand.
Nibbling will be punished.
The ingredients you need are no doubt twinkling with anticipation, Kupo. There is, of course, a matter of the mammoth patissiers. Should they spot you, use the whistle to temporarily disable them.
We already learned this.
First up, 1 heartberry cake, if you please.
I can't sprint, so we're just going to run.
Ready, steady, decorate.
Protect the cake. Protect. So I'm going to go straight for this little glowing ingredient.
The ingredients on the shelves in the room. Fetch an ingredient for the recipe, Kupo. Once you have an ingredient in hand, bring a cake stand to the center, Kupo.
So these things are a problem, but they could stop them with that. Unfortunately, I might be blasting some other players with this. So let me disable their methods and get back on it. Whenever I do this, I always end up getting toppers because they're the first ingredient to the right. Yeah, even when they reactivate, they take a little bit to reset to get their point before they can actually start hitting you again. So finding a route and getting to it is not that bad. Even then, when they turn around, like, they're just not quite set up to attack you yet. Heartberry cake is halfway to completion. The cakes that you get to do every time are a little bit random. I feel like the first cake is always this heartberry cake. Yeah, they got me. Well, you get a good look at the horn now. We're not getting this as an emote, unfortunately. So that's unfortunate. Fortunately, it seemed like my job was done. I got all the toppers. So the only thing we need left is Roland berries. I can go over and assist with that. We need a lot of them. Never mind. 3 people are going, 3 people are getting them. Yeah, I'll head back over to the toppers and wait for what it says to get on the next cake. How could I miss so badly? Alright, what cake next? Oh, I'm lagging again. Oh, good. I love that for me. Get these toppers. Fortunately, that doesn't affect everybody else. Oh, everybody else is getting the toppers first, too. Alright, well, I guess I better get over here. Oh, good, we get green flowers. Yeah! Yeah, let's put some green on this cake. That's how you make a cake, right? Get some yellow on there, too. Why not? Halfway done. Oh, this looks like a mess. But I think it's mostly the green flowers that are making it look bad. There's a little checklist of everything I need on the right side of the screen. But I don't know what the other players are going for. We're not really communicating, and that's okay. It's becoming something of a little bit of a chaos. Let's see, we still need Roland berries and sun lemons. So I'm going to go for a sun lemon, because that's what we need the most of. Where are those? Up here, up here, up here. Yeah, I think someone's just grabbing the mammoths and running around. It doesn't really feel that chaotic, but it is. Don't need any more sun lemons. Alright, well, they got it. They got it. I'll go back for toppers again. The music is now kicking up a little bit. They want chocolate eggs. They're gonna get chocolate eggs. Hi. Oh, they're gonna make a green cake. Yeah, I love the avocado frosting. No, is it pistachio? I think it's pistachio. I like pistachio too. They're green and salty. You. Yeah, if you find a root to your one ingredient, everything's going great. Half of the time has elapsed, but we're already working on the third cake, so I think we're doing okay. I just need one more topper. I can go in like that. Everybody else is working on their part, I'm working on my toppers. This is where I know where they are, this is where everything is. This is what I need. Yeah, let's not aggress anymore if I can. Alright, I got all my toppers. I think they're just running in with their stuff now. Wow. Take care of those for them. They're getting it, they're getting it. Okay, I'll just save all my toppers. I really like the cactar toppers. Not just because they're green or prickly. I just think they're neat looking. I hope we get a cake that needs them. If we don't get a cake that needs them, I could just set the tray back down or pick up a new ingredient. Chocolate egg pistachio cake is done! Next! Heart cream cake! That's unfortunate. We got another cake with hearts. I like a little bit of variety. Why can't we just make a cake that doesn't have hearts? I guess we need a heart cake because it's Valentine's Day, but like, you know, come on, let's have some noodles on the cake. I do like the modular assembly of the cake, though. Like, this is just neat. Yeah! I got out of there, quick as a bunny. I freely... The last topper we need. What? Person got those. What else do we need? That person's getting the last lemon. Alright, I'm gonna go for these cubes. I want these ominous looking cubes. And once we put them on, there ain't no going back. They look a lot better on the cake than they did on the tray. What even are these, pearls? There we go. Now we get cake 5, which I think is... Build whatever you want. Needs 4 toppers, 4 seasons, like, just put anything on it. And now the music just gets hyper, because why not? The mammoths are angry. Windows mean nothing. Oh, we have a raid. Hello there, Adrian. Welcome to the stream. We're making cakes. It's getting intense. I don't know why it's getting intense. The mammoths aren't that bad. All they do is freeze you in place if they catch you. But I like making cakes, and I'm gonna make sure this cake has some freaking cactars on it. No. Yes! More cactars! Ah! Get off of me, mammoth! I will deliver this cake! Yes! The topper is a big... Oh no, we're all dead. Oh, that got bad. Oh, this cake is a mess. Look at all that brown and green. But we got all the toppers in. We did our job. Alright, so, let's see. We gotta pick a delicacy. Let's give it these branch berries. They're green. Let's put more green on this cake. What does it taste like? I don't know. Sour, probably. Handle those. Bolters looked into the oven. It's soup! Soup on the cake! This looks like soup, kinda. It's almonds! Put some nuts on this cake, why not? Because we're all nuts! We're done! Look at this mess of a cake! I love the final cake! Magnifique!
Thank you for your wonderful help, Kupo. I can hardly wait to complete our delivery.
Our guests will be most delighted. Let's return to the festivities post-haste! And because it was a duty, we get to commend someone. I'll commend you, because you bothered to change your portrait. So we have one cake that was topped with lots of chocobos, 2 cakes that were topped with cake, with hearts, 1 cake that was topped with little, like, eggs, and then one where I just threw as many cactars onto it as I could. It has cubes, it has almonds, it has... Oh, this cake is a mess. I think people just grabbed whatever they could and put it on there. Hey, you know what? That's fine. I'm sure it'll taste great anyway. It's funny that the only thing I didn't thank you for helping Miss Pepper. You are lovely. It's still Miss Pepper from that Lackadaisy series that got picked up by the people who do Digital Circus. I don't remember their name. I was just told about it. But yeah, please look forward to Lackadaisy sometime in the future, where you can watch Miss Pepper do more Flapper Girl dances, and maybe get shot up by gangsters. We hope not. It'll probably happen. Well, probably not. I am lagging a little bit. My internet connection is not perfect. This was happening last night. It wasn't happening for 2 hours of testing earlier today, but it's happening now because I guess why not? I guess why not? Let me clear my chat log. And get rid of that. And get rid of that. Okay. So, from doing really good on that, we got 150 Valentine's Day chocolates. A bite-sized piece of rich, milky chocolate resembling the coat of arms for House Valentione. But now that we got all that, we can buy stuff with it later. We gotta finish the quest first.
Welcome back. I hear it was a resounding success.
Yeah, we did it. We assembled cake.
I must offer my thanks again, Bont. I'd never seen such charming confectionery. Now we can finally get the festivities underway. That said, with such a large-scale operation, we can hardly ask you to oversee the production of each and every cake. Would you be able to share the secret to your success?
Keep an eye on your surroundings. Let no member go unpunished, Kupo, or positive thinking! Positive thinking! Yeah!
So it's a case of using your finely owned physique and mental fortitude to push forward, boldly withstanding the heat of the kitchen. I'll send a request to the Adventurers Guild to ensure they include this sage advice.
That's not what I said! You're putting words in my mouth, but okay.
I'll see the appropriate transportation in the amphitheater, so we can get the cake served up. Although I'm glad the celebrations can finally begin, I can't help but wonder what drove the mammoths to madness. It couldn't be Kupo. Something on your mind, Koopa Cop?
Yeah, what is on their mind?
Koopa Cop seems to have noticed something. Perhaps we can get to the bottom of this? Why would the mammoths suddenly turn on us? With you there to wrangle the mammoths, I was able to observe them more closely. In which I see Kupo, but traces of Moogle magic.
Of course.
And the only other Mog who would have the opportunity to cast magic on the vicinity would be Koopna Kupo, who prepare the fruit. Maybe he knows something of this. Well, it seems the next course of action is decided. We must find this Koopna Kuko and see what he knows. I didn't SB him in the Patissier, so I suspect he might be somewhere in Gridania, though in all likelihood he attempted a quick escape should I confront him alone. But would you mind accompanying me as a suitably intimidating backup?
But of course, if it means intimidating Moogle, I'll be there.
Thank you. I'll go and join this search, but I've submitted a request to the Adventurers Guild for additional cake decorating support. Koopna Kupo is fond for strolls near water wheels, so I suspect the Lancers Guild seems a good place as any to begin our search, Kupo.
And we can do that as many times as we want for decorating the cake. We're not going to right now, but... Is your internet troubles why you haven't been able to stream as much of late? No! Mostly it's been, like... I'm tired from work. I've just been really feeling it at work, and I've just not been in the mood to stream after, like, shoveling snow, or being really tired all day, or... If I'm not in a good mood, then it's going to show up in the stream, and then it's not going to be a good time for anybody. That said, now that I'm actually feeling good enough to do it, now I'm having internet troubles again, so thanks, Spectrum. I really should switch it all to fiber, but, like... prices.
Kupo, that's him. That's Kupna Kuko.
Oh, I can picture it now. Dozens upon dozens of cakes being presented to the adoring public. For the mammoths who have been hard at work by now. Yes, everything moves according to my master plan. Ah! And all these confectionery delights will appease neither man nor Mog take raising a paw. The commotion has been rather greater than expected, but surely it's not more than Moose's enthusiasm. Kupna
Kuko. I believe we've found the Bog to blame. Come, Bot. Together we shall deliver justice.
Alright. Come quietly, or I'll pull off your palm. Oh! Oh, in the name of good King Mokobog the 12th, may his magnificent remain unsummoned in his upward splendor. Are you? Oh, such murderous intent! Spare me! Spare this cute fluffy Mog! Oh! Kupo!
Astrid. Not only did Kupna Kuko know something of the matter, it turns out he's the very maker of the mischief. What? But he said he'd helped you prepare the fruit. Whatever could he have hoped to achieve by causing the mammoths to malfunction?
Malfunction? Great Koopa nuts, you're telling me they're malfunctioning? Oh no! I've had such fun helping the cakes I returned to the Patsissi after delivering the fruit, but Kupna Kop was nowhere to be found, attending to other such as many duties I suspect. That had struck on me, Kupo. If everyone was so busy, why couldn't it be better if mammoths could make the cakes all by themselves? And so I cast a little Moogle magic.
Which then caused the mammoths to malfunction, Kupna Kuko. You must undo whatever spell you've woven, Kupo.
Well, it may have been fairly easy to cast, but it's not so easily undone. Any attempt to dispel it was liable to end in exploded mammoths.
That would be far too dangerous for our mammoths and, perhaps more importantly, the cakes. Right now we have a team of eager adventurers helping decorate cakes, and we've ascertained that there is no intentional sabotage. Oh, what a fine mess you've made. Why didn't you think to ask anyone before deciding on this plan?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause problems. I just wanted everyone to have as much cake as their hearts desired, Kupo.
Well, as an emissary of love, I've never wanted to turn away a helping hand. Any ideas you have, you can always bring them to me, especially if they're about cake. Listen well, Kupo. Whenever delivering missives and lending aid, you must always see the task through the intended recipient. With love!
Oh! With love? Even though I'm not an emissary?
As long as one puts their heart into it, anyone can spread love and affection. Just look at Bond. Thanks to him, the Valentione's Day festivities can go ahead. And I think it's past time we went ahead and enjoyed them for ourselves.
Yeah, let's go eat cake. And then the sun's coming out, yeah! Thanks for putting me in a nice outfit. Let's see. How's your work been? I hope the worst of the snow is gone. Yes, actually, it's going to get cold again. But the snow, like, we've dealt with the ice mounds on the side of the snow. Biscuits, able to walk on grass again for the first time in, like, weeks. Yeah, sound effect to go along with the transformation. Nice, yeah! I got everything hooked up. Everything's going great. The sound effect is the same sound effect that goes for, this. Actually just captured the audio straight from the game and shoved it on that. Alright. We're almost done. We're almost done with the little seasonal thing. Oh yeah, there is. It's Bert and Rodrigo. They had a year where you had to pick a color and you worked for a team, and like the red one won, I think, but it was like the little girl, but now she doesn't wear that outfit anymore. But these two are still here. Oh! Some people are here. Some people are here. We'll take a look at them in a bit.
Just look at how many cakes we managed to prepare. And to see everyone sharing a joyous moment over a tasty treat. Oh, it's wonderful to see preparations pay off.
Yeah, when the quest is done, whatever the last cake was you made on your first run, I think is, No, this isn't what we made. None of us made that cake. Oh, none of us made that cake. Which team made that cake? Oh, no. Is this just a randomly generated cake? Maybe. Now there's an intriguing recipe.
As you can see, the day's main event was well underway, and cake has been served one and all. Once again, allow me to thank you for your assistance. The confectionery you contributed is here, in pride and place, and thanks to your advice, the adventurers who undertook the request to decorate additional cakes were wildly successful.
Everyone likes cake.
What a light and fluffy treasure, Kupo. It's simply divine. If anyone seems to be having such fun, is that why the being an emissary is? Seeing people bask in these warm feelings? Why, this might even be worth doing all the hard work myself, Kupo.
Oh, at last you see. It's the ardor and affection. It's the essence of love. It looks like everyone is having a good time. It's thanks to your help that we made it this far. To think we were this close to everything falling apart at the final step. I couldn't bear the thought, not after all the hard work Astra put into making this happen. I'll not deny that I had my heart set on it. Not so long ago I came to realize that sharing food and sharing a moment of bliss together is but another form of love. While the gifting of chocolate is a traditional practice, a part of me hopes that what we've created here today might become a new tradition. Sharing ardor and affection with loved ones and feelings the heart's answer in return, it's a most heartfelt wish that people across the realm are blessed with many such opportunities. And so, Bont, if you feel inclined to venture in the kitchen once more, we should be gladly welcome for your additional cakes. Our celebration is just getting started, after all. And I must insist that you partake as well, before you go rushing back into the patissier. I'll get you a slice right away. Now put the tea on. Won't you sit with us for a while? I think we've earned this.
Yeah, tea and cake. We get one free cake. Not just like a little slice. You can now do this in season instance as many times as you like until it's over. It's going to be over soonish. You can also trade the little cakes for little items. And that is not a typo. It's not Valentine's. It's Valentoines or Valentions. So it might be a typo, but hold on. Let me go over and look at the patissier. So let's see. It's I before O. It's I before O. It is a typo. Let me fix that. Anyway, look at all this stuff we can buy. So we're gonna buy this beret. Hold on, I can't even see the thing in here. We're gonna buy this cardigan. We're gonna buy a pair of slacks. Because pants. We're going to buy these shoes. Because I said we're going to buy these shoes. We're gonna buy a second beret that's slightly different colored. A slightly different cardigan that's slightly different colored. A skirt, because why not? We're gonna buy all these orchestra rolls. Because that music was kind of popping. We're gonna buy at least 3 chairs. We're going to buy a round table. We're going to buy a wall advertisement. We're going to buy a rug. And you know what? We still have 74 cakes. We still have 74 cakes. What am I going to do with all more rugs? More rugs! Alright, what now? More cakes! We're gonna have 3 cakes and we need 3 tables. I still have 46 currency. Why did they give you this much? I don't have anything else I can buy. I don't need this many. I really, really don't. 4th chair. Alright, prismatic hearts. Why not? Okay, so we have 42 of these left. So 21 of these. So that's gonna be 42 hearts. And 42 hearts. My inventory is full of furniture. Let's eat the orchestra rolls. Delicious music. Alright. And now Jade's wearing the outfit. There's Miss Pepper in the new cardigan. Wearing the old pants. The old, like, yeah. It sure looks Charlie Brown, doesn't it? It's really good. It's really, really good. Have you been playing other games with Final Fantasy while off stream? Mostly it's been Tactics. There's lots of Tactics up on the YouTube channel. I do have 16 now. I do have 12. And I do have many 13s, thanks to you guys. I have not had an opportunity to play them because the work season is still going strong. Let's see, other people that we have around the event, though. We have the male Moogle and the male Chocobo, which were from a previous year. Over here, if you did the quest, there would be the Thieves Guild Trader and the Ninja Guild Trader, but I don't have them on bot. Over here is Curious Gorge and his love. Why aren't you having any? Well, all I need to have is your. Hold on. If I reapproach them, I'll get their lines. If I reapproach them, I'll get their lines. Aren't you having any? What do I have need of cake when I have your sweet love? Over here we have Sadhu and Serena. It's so good I could cry. And I'll wipe your tears. You needn't wolf it down so. Over here we have Lingstaff. Now this is a trinket recipe. And Serenity. I understand the need for cake on a deep and spiritual level. If you've done them, there's also some Dawn Trail quest givers over here. 2 bunny boys. And over here on the right, you'd have a Hero Lady and a Hrothgal. But Bont is not that far in the story, so he doesn't get them. The other people featured here would be...
It would be lovely to share this cake with everyone here in Werlet.
I'll see to procuring some baking equipment. Yes, that's right! Even Ben Balezar gets to enjoy Cake Day with his daughter. Adoptive. And from the bouquet event from the previous year, can I tempt you with another?
Oh, you spoil me.
Yeah, the lady who made sure that we have roses that still exist even in today's society. It's great. It's great. So that's the seasonal event. We sure do have the outfit. I guess I could try it on real quick. Save. Yep, that's what the outfit looks like. Yeah, that's right. Vera can wear hats now. This is such a dad sweater. There was no way I was not going to get this. This looks really good. I like this sweater a lot. The pants are a little bit plaid, but not quite plaid. It's good. It's a good outfit. And you know what the best part is? This doesn't take up any room in your inventory. But Bolt, it's taking up room in your inventory right now! Not for long. Not for long. I'm not sure if I pointed this out on stream either. In Gridania, there's an inn room, just like there is in, like, every other city in the game. However, if you look very closely at this armoire, you'll see that it's very slightly tilted, and that leg is in the ground on the right side. And now that you've seen it, you can't unsee it. This armor is permanently broken. I may have showed this in the past. Anyway, you can store all this stuff inside your armor, and that's why even if you don't ever plan on using the skirt because you're a guy, or if you never plan on using the other variety of thing because it doesn't die as good, it doesn't matter. You buy it, you stick it in your armor, you have it forever. You got 150 little chocolates. What are you gonna do with all that? I can't shove this inside there. I can't use my retainers because I'm on a different world, so I'm just gonna have an inventory full of furniture for a little while. And that's okay. And that's okay. Let's get these over here so I actually associate everything properly with the place that it's from. And I have so many cakes. I have so many cakes. So, now that Valentine's Day is done, I have a choice. Which is rather to say, you guys have a choice. Would you rather see the finishing of the crafting content, which I haven't started, for Endwalker, or would you rather see the storylines for Endwalker for the combat classes? Either way, it's going to be role quests. Would you rather see combat or non-combat? Let's make a poll. Which would you rather see? I might be making that one go on a little bit too long. That's okay, though. I'm going to enjoy a nice little drink. I think I'll get bought back over to his home server, too. Yeah, no group content today. It's weird that the server lets me, like, just play. It lets me play in spite of how choppy my internet is. But that's also part of the reason I don't want to do group content today, is because, like, if it's going to be this choppy, it's going to be bad for literally everyone involved. I don't mind making cake with it being this way. I don't mind making cake with it being this way, but I'm not gonna try and heal a tank and have them die while I'm lagging. That would be a nightmare. Yeah, Bonds is back home. Well, he's not back home yet. I have to get through the player queue. There's always a player queue. Even if there is no player queue, and it says players in queue 1, that means it's just you. And it's just making you wait before you log in because reasons, I guess. The reason I travel over to other servers in order to be able to do seasonal events and group activities is because nobody can get on Aether. It's full. It's always full. I forgot that the chat window popped up. Let's go to my apartment. So we have a lot of furniture. This is my little space to be able to decorate with whatever I feel. So let's take a look at some of this stuff. We got rugs. Why is it giving me a message about putting things on sale for an untradeable item? Whatever. I cannot move this table because it has way too much food on it. Decorate the little furniture just a little bit. Very basic. Basic little furniture things. I'm never going to be able to center these cakes. I say no. That doesn't look centered to me. I'm sure it is. This is my fishing tackle, isn't it? I have my fishing stuff over here, so it should be over here, but, alright, so, that up. Okay. Alright. So, we have our cake, we have our chairs, we have our table, we have our rug. We got way more than we need. That's okay. The rest of these can just go into storage. If I ever get a bigger place, then maybe I'll use this stuff for something. I don't know. If I start eating the cake, then I can never put it away. What even are the benefits of eating this cake? Up to 12 vitality, up to 3 gear durability, experience bonus, and a tiny amount of durability. So what you do is you use this in order to make your gear not break as quickly. That's why you eat food at home. The other thing about this cake is it's on a tray, and after the cake is eaten, all that will be left is the tray. Which I guess looks like a manhole cover. Alright, let's take a look at what we got for the poll in chat. Crafting! We're doing crafting today. We had a grand total of 1 vote. Thank you for voting, whoever you were. So, we're gonna craft. I have 3 different crafters to go and do the quests. So we're gonna go to Charlene. Which I teleport to for free because we have a security token that lets us do that. Okay. Let me update the thing so people don't come in here expecting me to do more Valentione stuff. Done. Okay. Go for there. Look at all these quests we can't do. Before I delve too deeply into it, how are we doing on points? Oh, bye. I'm full. I have to spend those. Before I begin, I need to spend those. So, Carpenter... I just need to get out of materia. Just get stuff. These don't go into sockets good. These do. Get like, I don't know, 10 of these. And like 5 of these. Alright, yeah, that'll work. Oh, this is what I did with my crafting outfit now. You can put any item on any character, so I just have things for classes I can't even use on this. I don't know. I like the little pocket watch that this thing's got, and all the different belts and straps and stuff. Looks nice, breezy, airy. And special eyes. Can't do a fishing quest, can't do a gathering quest, but we can do these! Let's see, so... let's save the best one for last. So I really like the Lifesmith quest, which is what I could do as a carpenter. There's also the Metalsmith quest, which I can work with Boric. Or I can do the Culinarian quest that I can do with De Broy. I'll save De Broy for last. Let's do this one first. Hey, Jude. What's on your mind? In search of the Azure Star, Jude appears troubled.
Dear, oh dear. If only he were here to help.
I'm here to help. What you need?
Oh, goodness to me. You can be quite the scare. Do I know you? I must apologize. As you've likely already gathered, I'm rather easily startled.
I heard you have work for me.
Ah, yes. You see, I, Jude, belonging to the Faculty of Astronomy, enlisted in the Classical Astronomers Association. Despite the name, I am the sole member. Until this last year, we were far more in number, but the other students graduated just as I joined. Why remain a part of an association that, but for all my efforts, is obsolete, you might ask? The reason is quite simple. I thought it would allow me free access to a telescope. Recently, however, the Faculty of Astronomy, all of its constituents, the Classical Astronomers Association included, have been urged by the Forum to contribute to a national project. As a result, I am unable to use the telescope at my own discretion. If only my problems ended there. After I had taken over the association's activities, I came to learn that the telescope was not only old, but in a state of total disrepair. I have, of course, since attempted to have it repaired, but no craftsman is willing to accept my request. Impatience has led me to attempt to restore it myself. All I've accomplished is making the situation worse, beyond recovery even. My apologies, I've started to rumble. So you're a craftsman who's been sent by Key Aliapo?
Yeah, that's me.
I'm terribly sorry. Despite having come all this way, there is no longer any telescope to restore.
Well, that's a shame. You want me to build you a new one? Why not just make a new one?
Indeed, the possibility had not even crossed my mind.
See, this is the thing why people who are in college need help, because sometimes they're so smart that they overlook the simple, dumb things.
Oh, I wouldn't give to have one of those new lenses I heard so much about. The precision and clarity is said to be without peer, but the funding required be astronomical. Perhaps we forgo the latest and greatest in telescope components. The largest budget I've received from the association may suffice to make one. I'd best get to work then. Nuvanon will no doubt be a plethora of information on the subject of crafting telescopes. While I have an acute fear of crowded places, my desire to look upon the stars is enough to see me through the task. Oh, so I hope.
Jude rushes off. His last words still ringing in your head, you take off in the direction of Nuvanon after him. I like our special eyes. He was here, and he's gone. Oh, it said that my things were done by rotators. You know what? Yeah, let's take care of that real quick. What's in the oven got for me? A hat! There was a hat in the oven. Thank you, hat. Thank you, oven. Can I even wear this as a Vieira? They've updated Vieira quite significantly. Yes! Yes! That's ridiculous. He gets rid of my ears. I hate that, but I'm just happy that I can actually wear it now. Ah. Yayaba. Alright, this area looks secluded enough. What books you reading?
Oh, you're here to lend me a hand in searching for necessary tomes?
I guess.
Thank you. Only one other person has extended me such kindness. 87.96% of those I've encountered have approached me, words dripping with honey, looking only to take advantage of my purse strings. But enough about that. Somewhere among these tomes and documents detailing the intricacies of telescopes, let's split up and search for them. Please, should you find any relevant documents, bring them to me.
Alright, history of observation. Alright, I guess I'm only finding relevant tomes right now. Encyclopedia of Astronomical Telescopes. And an astronomer's comprehensive overview of the star lens. Wow, they're all kind of close to where he was, too. It's almost like he was in the right section of the library.
Did you stumble across any leads?
A History of Observatories, a tome that lends the reader a great deal of insight into the gigantic telescopes and their history. The Encyclopedia of Astronomical Telescopes, a tome that covers the various types of telescopes and how they are structured. And an astronomer's comprehensive overview of the star lens, a tome that speaks of the ever-elusive star lens. Here we go.
I think that you managed to find 3 whole tomes. Excellent work. Let's have a look, shall we? A history of observatories. This appears to be all about the observatories, the massive telescopes they boast. While the concept claimed within these pages is near perfect, to create the telescope detailed here would require a budget on par with a national project. Let us now take a look at the Encyclopedia of Astronomical Telescopes. What a treasure of a tome! It outlines the entirety of how telescopes are made, down to the smallest of details.
Then I'll need that then.
Unfortunately, we have only enough gil to cover a fraction of the cost of the parts listed here. Let's see what this last one has to offer. Astronomer's comprehensive overview of the star lens, huh? Star lens? I've never heard of such a thing. According to this, it's an ancient tool used by astronomers to read the stars can be reduced at a reasonable cost. What good would such an ancient tool accomplish in today's world of astronomy and optics? It doesn't even use a lens. Again, it's within my means. Might I ask you to craft one for me? If I can only offer you the meager stipend the association receives from the Studium in exchange, I hope you'd consider it.
Yeah, you can count on me. If it's old and ancient, I'd be loved to making it.
Yeah, my sincerest of thanks. Now then, there's little time to waste. I've already requested you to use the space, so let us make your way to the workshop.
And he didn't even see if I was following. Alright. Alright, up to the workshop it is. That was a criticism that I got in these videos, like, hey Bolt, how come you don't edit out all the sections where you're just running and there's nothing going on? Well, like I always say, traveling, and the time spent traveling, is part of the experience of these games too. Alright, so he gets this quarter, the other crafter will get this quarter, and then the cook will get this quarter, because it has an oven. And it has food everywhere. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
According to my calculations, we should have just enough in the way of funds to craft a star lens. The question remains, however, as it will be powerful enough to aid me in my pursuit. If only he were here.
Oh, if it isn't Jude. You're looking gloomy as ever.
Who's there? Oh, it's you, Jeremiah. Have you finally decided to join the Faculty of Astronomy?
I know not to which Jeremiah you're referring, but this one shines brighter than all those so-called stars you gaze upon.
You're the one only Jeremiah I know. And you should know, seeing as we've been on friends since childhood.
Ah, Jude, I'm terribly disappointed. 10 whole years have passed since we first met. I thought you'd grow out of it eventually, yet you insist on immersing yourself in this tedious, unrewarding work. We are pupils of the Studium. It is all but blasphemy to whittle away the best of your years and those stuck between dusty old tomes. Now, why don't you set aside your wayward aspirations and join me in the Faculty of Literature? We might even be able to fetch you a decent-looking bride.
Oh, a book club, in quotation marks.
I've recently joined the Poetry Lovers Club. We speak of love and life while sipping our finest of teas. Does this not sound pleasant to you?
Jeremiah, was it not you who introduced me to the wonders of astronomy? What made you lose interest in the subject?
That is neither here nor there. I'm simply worried you're wasting away here on your own. Just promise me you'll think on it, alright?
Wow, what a fella. Was that your friend?
Ah, I must apologize for not introducing you. That was Jeremiah, a childhood friend of mine. Ever since I could remember, we would spend our nights together gazing up into the stars.
Oh, you were friends. I see.
It was decades ago when it happened. The two of us took part in an astronomer's workshop. One night, when we were looking up at the sky, we spotted a mysterious blue light. Concluding that it was an unidentified celestial body, we immediately notified the Studium's Faculty of Astronomy. No matter how much they searched, we were unable to find the light we had seen. In the end, the studium chalked it up to the ramblings of imaginative school children. Out of sheer frustration, we decided to join the Faculty of Astronomy, vowing that one day or another we'd rediscover that azure body we saw that day. Jeremiah, being the summer older than I, enrolled first. When I finally entered, it was as though we were a different person, all vestiges of my old Jerome, and his promises we made to one another forgotten. I joined this faculty hoping to fulfill our dreams a decade prior. Yet, as timid as easily cowed, I did not see how I will accomplish this alone. It was Jeremiah always leading the way. Without him, I am lost.
Ah, cheer up, little guy. Now you can pay me to lead the way. No, we're gonna do this because it's funny. Get a hold of yourself, man! Give him a quick slap across the face.
Ah! Please do not be upset. I do not know what I can do now or how far I will get, but I suppose I must at least try. Thank you very much. You've done so much for me already, but I have yet to even ask your name.
I am McGammar, warrior of light, and crafter of things.
Bont, I'm looking forward to working with you.
And we're going to get, for this, chili crab! I feel like we're going to get a lot of chili crab. Faculty of Astronomy Studium deliveries unlocked. Speak to Jude to learn more. Alright, hey Jude, what you got? The world without you. Jude is eager to begin work on his star lens.
Bont, let's waste no time in getting to work. I would like to ask you to craft star lens braces. They are arguably the most important pieces.
So, asking me at my lowest level to make these. Got it. Alright, items of higher collectability. Okay. So, crafting. We need to actually make these things. We have to use our own money to make it. However, I have plenty of gil, as you can see in the bottom right corner of the screen. I probably should hide that number. That might make people prey upon my account. Anyway, let's see. Class. Studium. Star Lens Brace. We're just gonna buy everything that we need from the market board. Because I don't feel like doing all the micro crafting. I have plenty of gil to be able to buy this kind of thing. You can afford to be lazy when you have the gil to be lazy. These crafts are also kind of designed like this. If you're going without being an omni-crafter, which is having all 8 crafting classes, like, you're not going to be able to make this thing. Look at this. One piece of wood, I'm a carpenter, I can make that. One piece of cloth, that's from Weaver, I can't make that. And one piece of leather. I'm not a leather worker, I can't make that. So we're just gonna buy everything. Vitae lum. I need 6 pieces of it. I'll buy 13. That's close enough to the value. Dwarven cotton. And we're gonna find everything that's made out of dwarven cotton. I need 6 pieces. The closest I can get while it being even remotely affordable is buying 39 pieces. I'm gonna be relisting that. And sea swallow leather. I need 6 pieces. This 8 is close enough. Okay. 111. Can I make this? I am level 90. I think this quest is level 80. Am I in level 90 gear? Yes. I think this will be easy. I can just use the finish button. It's a low enough level recipe that I can just make it be done. I am cheating. I'm not cheating, I'm just over leveled. So tarnation to it, we're gonna get it done. That's okay, I'm still doing this for a story. How did I get my level up to this point? Doing custom deliveries pretty much every week, even when I wasn't necessarily streaming. And this is just gonna make me even more over-leveled. I only need 6. I made 4. Crafting quests get done so quickly. Now, if you took a moment, like, you could consider that, like, oh, you need these items? Well, I need to change my class into a botanist, go out into the world, gather the log, go and make the microcraft, do the thing. You could do all that. And then the game would, like, it would take even longer to be able to do. But then you would be spending over 100,000 gil on materials that you don't even need. While we're here, let's look at the other thing. We need palm lumber. I need 6 pieces of it. I can buy 8. Good enough? A Misty Surge. I need 6 pieces of it. 2, 3, 6. Thank you, market board. And luncheon toad leather. Once again, I need 6 pieces of it. There's 5. There's 1. Good. It works. Let's make the thing. Is it still a low-level recipe? No. I now actually have to craft the thing. I need to make it 6 times. So I don't know... I don't know manipulation because I never actually did my carpenter class quests. So, we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be great. What is this bar? Do I not know Advanced Touch? I feel like I should know Advanced Touch by this point. There it is. There we go. Yeah, this is easy. Is that lag showing its head? Yeah, this ain't nothing to make. This is well within our means. I really should go back and do all the carpenter quests and such, but they would be so easy for me to do now. And like the story is a realm reborn, so it's not super relevant anymore. For where I am. I don't know, I just picked up a chainsaw, it works. I have more than enough CP to be able to make this thing. I don't need high quality materials to be able to make it and get it done. I forgot to turn on Waste Not though. That could have been dangerous. It wasn't. Just kind of freestyling the crafts. Some people insist on... I didn't make the thing yet. Hold on. Some people might insist on using macros. Some people might insist that you have to craft everything by hand manually with all the buttons. It doesn't matter. As long as you do what's good for you. And what's good for your time frame. That's what matters. I like watching the buttons light up and saying, you know, yeah, you're going through a combo sequence and you're crafting. That's very expensive, but it did fine. I got plenty of stuff to be able to make this low-level stuff. These crafts are also intentionally a little bit easier than, like, trying to craft, say, endgame gear. Because, like, everybody's gotta get through this stuff. Let's use an innovation. I'll probably get through this a little bit faster. Yeah, that's it. Fill that bar. Okay, we made all that. Now we need to make the next one. Let's get these things, like, kinda, sorta, like, situated in a way that kinda works. Get all these old materials out of the way, ready to resell. So next up we need red pine lumber. We need 6. It's cheaper if I buy 7. Alright, there's that. Snow linen. We need 6. I don't want to join your free company. I forgot to put myself on busy. No. Okay. That resolves that. Lower the quality. It's easier this way. Well, so I need Saiga leather. I need 6. I'll buy 9. Alright. This one's gonna be a little bit tougher than the last one, but I still need to make 6. But I have a method, I have a way, and it kinda works. What if I just use Beer God's Blessing here? I didn't need that, but I liked it. Yeah, that worked. I don't use basic synthesis often. But I still keep it as my first button because, like, when you run out of CP, that's literally all you can do. I mean, I guess there's rapid synthesis, but that doesn't always work. And there's hasty touch, but again, that doesn't always work. I like a little bit of reliability. I like that Chewie is here. Thanks again to Mills for getting me this little in-game dog. They're very cute. I like looking at this little in-game dog as I'm sitting here doing things like this. That's the power of minions. I didn't activate the thing. It's fine. I'll read the descriptions for these items as I go to turn them in, too. Only made 4, we need to make 2 more. Just a little bit more. I like how wobbly my character's ears are while I'm crafting, too. That's kinda nice. One more. What do you mean? I'm out of crystals! I'm out of crystals? I didn't think that would happen. But here we are. You know what, let's buy some wind crystals. Yeah, just for good measure, let's buy some ice crystals while I'm here. I don't need that many. So I'll pay twice as much to get less of an amount of less gil. Yeah, I had 10 million gil. It's gone now. Of the things to run out of. It's always crystals. I never remember that they're actually a part of crafting. Alright. Now that we got 6 of those made, I can't make those yet. This thing. I don't actually think I'll be able to do this quest. Much like all the other things, like all the gathering ones. So I don't know if it's gonna be worth it for me to, like, even go up that far yet. Get these out of the way. Yeah, I don't think there's a point in me making this until I know for sure that I can actually do that. Yeah, let's see how far we can go. If I had to visit the market board again, then I will visit the market board again. So how much I spend there? About 300,000 gil? Right about. I could also relist and get probably 100,000 of that gil back. Yeah, not a huge deal. Ah, thank you for agreeing to assist. Please deliver the braces here once you've finished. We've done this before. So, Star Lens brace. Required to support the Star Lens. And if I use the cursor, I can just load it up like that. Look, they're gonna give me a ton of these little things. All these scripts. Go!
What stunning craftsmanship. Your talent is incredible. You are a star amongst stars.
In making your first successful endeavor, you've begun to earn Jude's trust. We know how this works. We've done this before.
Thank you. Without your help, I'd have no hope of ever finishing the Star Lens.
Listen here, Jude. Today I'm going to show you how to make the most of what should be the summer of your life.
I don't think he wants it, guy.
Are you familiar with the concept of barbecues?
Oh no. Oh no. And here all I have are cakes.
Barbecues?
It's a culinary practice originating from the archipelagos off the coast of the New World. Various cuts of meat are thoroughly braised over the span of half a day. Many of our peers prefer studying alone in dreary silence, but that is not so with the Poetry Club. We gather round the fire of the barbecue, discussing the finer points of literature, reciting poetry as we watch the meat smoke and sear. Perhaps the flames that sear the meat will finally ignite a fire in your heart large enough to propel you into action. At long last, you'll be able to declare your undying love for that homely, yet somehow still alluring girl. What do you say?
Honestly, I do not know why you would come with me with such a proposal.
Join our Poetry Club, Jude. Just have one taste and you'll realize exactly what you're missing out on.
Jaromir, you live boldly and elegantly. Unlike you, however, I am a solitary creature. Just the thought of eating across from another is enough to send me chills down my spine.
Oh, nonsense. Surely you will at least taste meals with your peers.
You are my only friend.
Ah. You jest.
I never learned how to make friends. They don't teach you that at school.
This is but further evidence you must remain here alone and isolated. I will continue to visit until I get that through your thick head.
Jaromir never fails to impress me. Yes, so many friends who, unlike me, are all outgoing and full of cheer. He seems to be having so much fun. If only I could be more like him.
Get a hold of yourself! You'll get there. With a bit of effort, you can. Get a hold of yourself, man! Give another slap across the face.
Please, if you could keep your voice down. Chin up, Jude. You're always looking down, you'll forget to look at the stars.
You think you're witty, huh? Exactly! You think you're witty, huh?
It seems I'm beyond help.
Ah, come on, I was just playing with you.
Thank you for that. However, perhaps I would not have needed comforting had your words not cut so deep. I am, after all, an extremely fragile creature. That said, we still lack the necessary parts to complete the Star Lens.
I still have a few things to take care of, but you'll be hearing from me again before long. Thanks to his encouragement, my heart, which is weak as a marmot, has now grown a bit tougher. Tough enough to match pudding. A heart strong enough to be pudding! Also, we got some wind crystals and earth crystals for that, so I didn't need to buy as many. Jude now considers you a marginally scary individual. I forgot that this was the title we got for this. Okay. Alright, Jude, what do you got? Poetry recital. Jude appears eager to continue his work with you. Aha, Bont! Just the man I wanted to see. I have another request to make of you. Would you be up to the task? Yeah! Hit me with it. Thank you. I need for you to craft what is beyond the heart and soul of the star lens. You see, an ordinary telescope picks up on starlight, whereas the star lens captures ethereal flickers. This requires what is known as an ethereal lens. While, of course, materials for a high grade are important, it is the craftsmanship that determines quality, to which I turn to you. Have you managed to finish the ethereal lenses? These are what will allow us to pick up on the ethereal firmaments in the distance. We have the ethereal lens. It allows the star lens to capture ethereal flickers. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. We're gonna get a lot of these purple scripts. Magnificent. Even to the untrained eye, it is easy to see the craftsmanship is second to none. With the ethereal lens, we will be able to detect even the most distant of ethereal bodies. Once again, I am indebted to you. We are still in the early stages of our journey, but I hope that we can continue to press forward with the same amount of fervor. And he's back!
Ah, Jude, sequestering yourself in such confined quarters will eventually take a toll on your mental health. Come, there should be fun to have in the outside world.
And what exactly does this fun you speak of entail?
Allow me to illustrate. I began this morning with a splendid cup of freshly brewed coffee from the last stand. Shortly thereafter, we all gathered at Ox Landing to perform a public poetry recital.
I have no poems to recite.
It's the spirit that counts. Poetry will help you learn to express yourself more than fully, Jude. In fact, why don't you give it a try right now? Make sure you'll really put your feelings into it.
I suppose I can give it a try if it means I can become a bit more like you.
What you got, guy?
A soul shrouded by the dark abyss. The tears that pour forth from the blood-stricken rain solidify the poison that nestles in my heart. The world returns to nothingness.
Wow! I regress. Perhaps you need not delve so deeply into your feelings. That aside, now you've had a taste of what our seasons and sessions entail, what it is like to live every day to the fullest. With your grades and brain, changing faculty should be fairly straightforward. By next visit, I expect you'll have joined the Faculty of Literature in our poetry club.
While I know Jeremiah intends well, abandoning my studies in pursuit of literature would mean relinquishing my dream of locating the Azure Star.
You can't give up on your dreams, or if your resolve is so weak, you should perhaps consider moving to the Faculty of Literature. Or we can say, get a hold of yourself, man! You know, another slap on the face.
Please do not yell. You know I scare easily. That said, do I always appear so frazzled to you? Perhaps this is your way of encouraging me. Either way, I joined the Studium in the association of one reason and one reason only. I cannot give up.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
I just wonder why Jeremiah is so unrelenting in his attempts to have me withdraw from my studies. I do not understand. Astronomy was his first love. Though we are momentarily sidetracked, I would like to thank you once again for your help. I'm eager to continue our work together.
Yeah, you can count on me.
With you by my side, the resolve in my heart has hardened, and I feel as though I have the strength of a chocobo rages within me.
Yeah! More crystals! Jude now considers you an individual that takes time to warm up to strangers. I forgot about this. Another! One step forward. Jude eagerly awaits you.
Ah, Bont, let's jump ahead into the next part of the process. I asked that you would craft another vital part of the star lens. You see, the operation of this particular type of telescope requires a highly specialized magic.
Voltage looked into the oven. Oh, well, that explains that odor. It's Brussels sprouts, alright. Maybe that's why we're so intimidating. We just smell like Brussels sprouts.
Well, I understand the mechanics beyond the magic. The sheer volume required far surpasses that at my disposal. Please, might you be so kind as to craft ethereal amplifiers for me?
Sure! Help you cast more magic as a magic man.
No words to express how thankful I am, Bont. Not only are you assisting me with producing the star lens, but you continue to encourage me every step of the way.
Alright, I think we have these.
With ethereal amplifiers, I should finally be able to channel enough magic to operate our star lens.
Let me take another drink. It's the dry air, you see. Heating the air around me makes the air dry, and therefore I'm more likely to cough. Ethereal Amplifier. Allows one to channel enough magic to operate the star lens. Only just. Alright, let's just slot these in there. We're good. We get even more purple scripts. You remember how I was at like 3,000 something purple scripts? We're back there again. I'm also level 92 now.
Oh, it's absolutely perfect.
Thank you.
I've just finished looking over the last delivery. We're so close to having all the parts necessary to begin assembly.
And he's back! With friends!
Dude, today will be my most lucky day. The ever-busy German has decided to grace you with his presence.
Yay! It's people! They're terrifying! And a big guy! Isn't he terrifying?
Who are these people? No doubt they have a store coin from me. I must report them to the studio's guard post haste.
Thinking aloud again, are we? Need not worry, they're with me. In fact, they are the members of the poetry group I mentioned. I brought them here so everyone can get acquainted.
It's nice to meet you, dude.
She's speaking to me! Of course she's speaking to you. That is, of course, the reason we are here, is it not? Oh, you must be a craftsman assisting Jude. You also feel free to drop in on one of our poetry meets sometime. Should strike your fancy.
Yeah, hi! Maybe.
So, what do you think? A magnificent group of people, are they not? We're just on our way to the last stand. Would you care to join us?
Steady now, Joe. Jeremiah is trying to help you. He knows you have no friends. He is attempting to coax you out of your shell. You are ready to be thankful. You really should be thankful, truly.
Look at them, they're excited. He smiles.
Absolutely not.
I love Jude! I love this man.
Apologies, but I'm currently in the middle of producing something known as a star lens. Perhaps another time.
What is this nonsense? Come now, Jude, join us this one time. Only regret awaits should you continue down this dark path.
How could he say that with such certainty?
Oh, trust me, he knows exactly what he's talking about. Please, that's enough. Well, let's just be on our way, shall we? Whatever you say, brah. I'd like some tacos right about now.
Having to meet new people is quite draining. I must say, however, I'm rather proud of myself. Normally I would have been so nervous, even the thought of speaking would have caused me to lose consciousness. I must be growing.
You did well. You're improving. Or, get a hold of yourself, man! Now with 3 exclamation marks.
But I am calm. Can I just speak up for myself? It seems I have changed even more than I initially thought since meeting him. I see. It was a test. No doubt Bond was trying to see just how much I have grown.
Yeah!
Now enough about me. We're so close to the finish line. There's a bit more work. The star lens will be complete. Before we proceed, however, there is one thing I must confirm. Please come back to see me when you actually find the time. Excellent! The chocobo in my heart has transformed into a mighty goblin.
Oh, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Hold on. Good thing it's easy to fix. We delivered the items! Jude now considers you a good-natured individual. Yeah! Yeah! New quest is available. 10-year promise. Jude appears very determined.
Last we met, I mentioned there was something I needed to confirm before proceeding. This is something concerning Jeremy. Since joining the Studium, I have not had the chance to find a proper discussion with him. There's so much I would like to ask him, such as why he refuses to speak of our vow from 10 years ago, why he insists on so fervently that I drop my studies. For the longest time, I was too scared to confront him. I thought if he had truly lost interest in astronomy, maybe he wouldn't have anything in common anymore, and... Never mind. That's no longer relevant. Thanks to you and our Starland's journey, I've become confident enough to face my fears head-on. I plan to meet Jeremy and ask him what happened to the promises we made to the exact spot where he encountered the Azure Star in Tranquility. But I'm positive that I ask him to come, Jeremy will find another clever excuse to avoid me. Please, Bond, be so kind as to ask him in my stead.
Sure, I can deliver a message.
Thank you. You can likely find him at Ox Landing reciting poetry with his friends. In the meantime, I will make my way to Tranquility and wait for you and Jeremy there.
So unlike with the fishing workshop and the mining workshop, the gathering workshop, this workshop doesn't really seem to change much as we go along. And part of that is just because it's literally just Jude. And it's just Jude assembling things as we're working along. So that's a little bit of a shame. Where's the door? This way. Ox Landing. Where is that? Oh, that's just outside the Levailleur estate. Yep, there they are.
Huh? Who are you? What do you want from us? Oh, you there. You're that craftsman helping out that faculty astronomer. I take it you're not here to recite poetry?
Yeah, I'm here to deliver a message to Jeremy.
You're looking for Jeremy? Sure, I can point you in a direction. You have to do something for me first. You see, there's this girl. She spurred my advances a few days ago.
Oh, yeah?
You can see her so flabbergasted and learned that she rejected a dashing young man such as myself.
No, not really. I like Rogadin, but most people find Rogadin kind of gormless. Hurry up and tell me what you want already.
Aren't we snappy? Oh, I know just the thing that'll elevate me from simply charming to outstanding. Instead of classy writing utensils. How will you craft them for me? I will of course see that you are furnished with everything you need. After all, such consideration is the defining quality of a gentleman.
Just ask this boy right next to me for materials. He still owes me a rather large sum of gold, and you'll see that your expenses are covered. Let's hurry and get this over with. I can't stand being in debt to him for a moment longer. Let me know if you need more materials. Shall have found a way to return him his skills sooner. Alright, let's make the thing. It needs to be high quality. Come on. Oh yeah, that's good. We're so good at crafting. So, writing utensils. A stellar set of writing utensils, made from writing utensil materials. Use to craft a stellar set of writing utensils. Kind of boring descriptions, really. Once you finish crafting me my utensils, you can deliver them directly to me. Yep, here you go. One set of things. Excellent. With this exquisite set, I'll no doubt be able to produce poetry that's beyond an average club member. You'll have no choice but to rethink your foolish decision. Guy, have you considered being less, I don't know, you about it? She clearly just isn't into you, man. Alright, you wanna know where Jeremiah is? You can find him at the Scholar's Harbor right about this time. A real wet blanket, this one, if you ask me. Didn't need to say that. He's only just joined us, and he's yet to settle in, is all. What faculty did you transfer over from again? Certainly not going to be happy if I told you. You're going to have to ask someone else. Sounds to me like he's harboring a few secrets then. Yeah, the utensils you crafted me are superb. Rather than dally about and admire your handiwork, however, you best hurry over to Scholar's Harbor if you want to catch Jeremiah. Don't worry, they're in good hands. Now I suggest you hurry. Jeremiah's gonna be at Scholar's Harbor for much longer. The mystery grows deeper. I wonder what happened to Jeremiah and his previous faculty. We don't even get to talk to the cat girl. Alright, let's see. He's all the way over there. Oh boy, I sure do love crafting. Oh, it's you. The craftsman working with Jude. What can I do for you? I want to talk with you about Jude. You must speak with me regarding Jude. Well, I suppose I can spare a few moments. We consult our dear friend Jude. Shall we talk here, or did you wish to speak in private elsewhere? No, he actually wanted to talk to you over somewhere west. Tranquility? I'll be on my way then. Yeah. Yeah, that's somewhere west. There's really no Aethernet shard kind of close to it. Honestly, I feel like these three Aethernet shards are a little bit too close to each other. But if they save you 5 steps, then that's all that you need, right? It would be nice if we had one all the way over here at the library. It's Charlotte. You'd think they would have an Aethernet shard at the library, but they don't. So what exactly did you wish to speak with me about? I just have to stall you for about 5 seconds, and then... I see. I suspected as much. Of course I should have known that you'd be suspicious. You've always been 2 steps ahead of me. Even so, you still came. And I have words for you that have been left unsaid for far too long. Is he gonna say it, chat? Is he gonna? Jabir, why did you quit the Faculty of Astronomy? No, he didn't. He didn't say it. So you know I once resided there. It would be odd if I didn't. Surely even you knew you wouldn't be able to feign ignorance for long. I ask you again, why did you quit the Faculty of Astronomy? 10 years ago, we made a vow at this very spot. We swore together we'd search for and find the Azure Star again. Why would you renege your promise now? Have you come to hate astronomy?
Me? Hate astronomy? Ha! Please do not be silly. Finding that star meant the world to me. You'll also be forced to face the truth one day, just as I have. Allow me to warn you before it's too late. I am but one summer older than you. I shed blood, sweat, and tears to ensure I'd be able to earn a place to study at the Studium. I kept silent about which faculty I was to enter because I had hoped to make some progress towards our goals to surprise you with it once I joined. Upon hearing members were free to use the telescope at any time, I joined the Classical Astronomy Association. I planned to devote all my spare time to our investigation. For several months, day in and day out, I took the telescope and observed every last corner of the sky without fail. To my utter despair, I was unsuccessful in ever locating the azure star. Even so, I refused to give up on our dream. I thought perhaps a more powerful telescope was required, and so after much negotiation with my professors, I was granted leave to use the finest equipment available in the Studium. Yet for all my effort, all my planning, I could find not so much as a glimmer of that bloody star in the night sky. I grew more weary by the day and was eventually forced to come to a harrowing realization. The azure star does not exist. It never did, just as the scholars from Studium told us back then we imagined it. The azure star doesn't exist? If in fact what you say is true, then why not tell me sooner? Same as me. Finding the star meant everything to you. How could I possibly tell you that? If your star doesn't exist, then what have I been working towards this entire time? I understand the feeling you better know than any other known. Forgetting about it will take time, but it can be done. Promise me, however, you won't forget this, Jude. I am and always will be your friend and ally. I mean, that tracks. He does always come and visit you. My life, without the azure star giving me direction and purpose, is meaningless. What am I to do? Clearly, you need to get a hold of yourself, man! Oh, I don't have that option this time. What do you want to do? Or you're the only one who can give your life purpose. You know what? I'm going to say the second one here. Yes, you're absolutely right. Letting someone or something determine my life's path is the easy way out. I'm the only one that can decide what's right for me. Let's return to the Maker's Meet. There's something I would like to investigate. Sure, yeah, let's do it. Also, you're gonna pay me for this, right? No? Yeah, I kind of figured. The life of being a commissioned craftsman when nobody even pays you for your materials. Hey, Jude. If even Gsm was unable to find it, there's a good chance the azure star truly does not exist. There is, however, one other possibility. There's a chance it is out there, just not observable with the tools that were at his disposal. The journey we're about to embark upon is as dark and uncertain as a flight through the starless night sky. Regardless, I shall not give up. This is a dream I've pursued for a decade. I cannot walk away without a fight. Alone, I will have no hope of continuing Gsm's work. With you by my side, perhaps, I can accomplish what even he has not. Bond, may I count on you for your continued assistance? Well, I can't leave you to your own device. No, I will see you through your adventure. I knew I could count on you. Thank you, Bond. Once I have everything sorted, let us begin production in post haste. His continued encouragement has really lit a fire in my heart. I feel as fierce as a bomb. Oh no, don't explode!
Oh, I can do the next quest. An astronomical growth. Jude appears anxious to continue with the production of the star lens.
What do you say we pick up where we left off, Bont?
Sure, sure.
Where traditional telescopes gather light to project an image, the star lens captures the etheric glimmers, and casts it onto the surface of water, hence making stargazing possible.
I see. That way we also don't have to pan the camera into the sky.
As I was constructing the star lens, I realized I was missing a very piece that would allow me to do just that. That is why I will need to once again borrow your seasoned hands. My new crafts and ethereal conductors for me.
I can try.
Once these are finished, there will be one thing left to do.
I might be able to get the quest line done. I just need to do a little bit more crafting. And now that I know that I can get this far with the crafting quest, I can skip the step of going to the market board twice on all my future crafters. Alright. Alright. We're doing it. We're gonna make the fancy telescope. We're gonna make the fancy magic telescope. You know, if I had a nickel for every time that I had to make a telescope in a video game, I now have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that's happening twice. And both in Square Enix games, I should add. Alright. Integral lumber. Wow, only 1 search result. I need 6. Good, these 7 will do. I need arcane velvet. It's spelled a little bit funny. I need 6. There's 1. 2, 3, 4, 5. Paying a little bit extra, but I don't buy excess if I get this. And 1 Aphiatorus leather. I need 6. 2, 4, 5, 6. Thank you, Market Board, for having precise numbers. Alright. Let's make this. This will be our hardest craft yet, because it's actually kind of close to our level now. That's not the button I wanted to push. Never mind. We're getting this done, no problem. Oh yeah, this is gonna be rough, I say, getting it excellent and getting it done immediately. Then again, I also bought high quality wood. It was cheaper than normal quality wood for some reason. We're just gonna make 6 of these, just like we did with the other one. So I hope everybody's having a good time with the story. I know I am. That's why I do these things, because not everybody who plays this game and goes through it knows about these crafting stories. I think these crafting stories are important. Not necessarily to what's driving the plot right now, but it's important for the development of where we've been hanging out for the last several months. And usually the culmination shows where we've been hanging out goes forward from there. You know, just like we did with the Crystarium. Oh, I completely botched this. We're spending way too much CP. Whatever, it's fine. Just push buttons, it'll get done. It's not hard, just a little bit expensive. The lag is not helping. The lag is a terrible, terrible beast. This This reminds me of the time that I was back in the first, and someone asked me for help trying to fix things on a railway. And I gave them the completely wrong tool, and they were like, this isn't right at all! Now we're doing it right, because now we've taken the time to pick up a saw and learn how it works and everything. We're a great craftsman. And since I'm here, selling items. Yeah, let's get rid of the excess items that I have. I want this to sell fairly quickly. 750. Sell the excess of everything that I got. Let's see, I bought this for about 2,500. That means the rest of it should sell for about 2,500. I bought this for about 2,900. This can sell for 2,900. Then I bought this for 4,400. Should sell for that. I bought this for 2,450. So we can sell this for 2,450. It's like when you buy like a 6-pack of light bulbs, but you don't need 6 light bulbs, you only need 1. So you take the other 5 light bulbs and you list them back on eBay. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. So that way other people who want to have 5 light bulbs can also get light bulbs. I didn't list everything, I still have wood. Stick this wood in the oven. I bought this for 1,000. So for a little extra. Alright, so the food that we got during this quest was chili crab, a whole blue crab braised in a shell, and pecan sauce, which takes on a rich shellfish flavor in the course of smoking. We got happiness juice, the uniquely sweet drink consisting of an entire squeezed carrot, along with an assortment of other scrumptious additions to give it a kick. And a giant haddock dip, a delectable dip made from a mixture of fish roe and mashed giant pompano. We love our pompanos! No, do not make this home. We have but to deliver the things. I'm counting on you to make some ethereal conductors to allow me to project the aether captured by a star lens onto the water. Alright, so we just simply... like so. I have too much scripts, I have to spend some scripts. What a problem! Oh no, I have too much money! I can't hold any more money! I could get material. Let's get, 90 materials? What can I buy? I can get pumpkins. I can get carrots. Eggplants. I don't think any of this stuff is any good. I could buy more mozzarella. No, we have way too much mozzarella. Alright, so this item sells for 3,000 gil. That's not nearly the amount of gil that I put into this, but this is something I can just reliably vend. However, this people might actually buy, the Fieldcraft materia. I'm gonna buy a bunch of that. Like, a bunch of that. Like, empty the account. It would be nice if I could eat, like, I could eat apples. I could be buying apples to eat. But then I wouldn't be eating my raisins anymore. I like my raisins. That's a tough choice. Okay. Let's do this again for real. Ah! What did that say? You have my gratitude.
Truly I am blessed to have crossed paths with a craftsman such as yourself. I believe our fateful union is what shall lead us to the rediscovery of the Azure Star. Excellent! Now I have nearly everything I need. Just one last piece, and we'll be one step away from a completed star lens. Even if I am unable to find the Azure Star, meeting with you has taught me the importance of perseverance. It is the lessons I shall never forget. Oh, what am I saying? Of course I will find it. I must. There's a dream I spent the last decade pursuing.
Get a hold of yourself, or exactly, keep up the good work. Get a hold of yourself, man.
Indeed, there is plenty of time to worry at a later date. For now, I must give it everything I've got. When you find the time to craft the final missing piece, please come to find me. I will be here eagerly awaiting your visit. Thanks to your support, the fire in my heart grows by the minute. In fact, I feel almost as though Ifrit has taken up residence within me.
Well, that's better than a bomb. I'm sorry to hear that you're tempered. We also get some side to Vanu, a herbal drink with impressive medicinal properties, sometimes called mountain tea. Jude now considers you a friend he can confide in. That's not nearly as funny as the earlier titles. The Promised Star. Jude hopes to speak with you before completing the Star Lens. Wow, we're actually going to be able to get these done.
Thanks to you, the completion of the Star Lens is in sight. Without you by my side, I would have no doubt given up before the journey even began. I speak not just of finding the Azure Star, but of confronting Jeremiah and why he quit the astronomy. Words are just not enough to express my gratitude. Now here we stand on the finish line, and I have one last request to make of you. Channeling magic into the Star Lens requires a wand. Would you please craft one for me?
Sure thing, Harry Potter. You got this.
Should you ever find yourself short on materials, please help yourself to whatever is in the trunk.
Oh, you're giving me permission to get the junk that's in your truck. Oh, that's an amazingly textured box. Oh, I used to be all about boxes. Now I'm more of a stick guy, but... The Faculty of Astronomy has provided the Classical Astronomical Association with a wooden box full of materials. Feel free to help yourself. Star Lens 1 materials. Capable of channeling magic into Star Lens. We make the thing. Okay. It needs to be high quality. Oh, this delay. Oh, that's killer. We only need to make one of these, though. Well, we need to make one. Oh, yeah, we got it. Easy. Didn't even need manipulation.
Have you finished crafting the final piece?
Here we go. Here's your fancy wand. A wand capable of channeling magic into the Star Lens. Well, that looks like a lot more than a wand. Looks like a staff.
It's absolutely perfect. Now that I have the necessary parts, all that's left to do is to search for the Azure Star. When that time comes, might I be so bold as to ask you to join me? There's also one other individual I wish to be there. That being said, there is no guarantee that the Azure Star even exists. I do not wish to disappoint them again. Even so, I'd like to search the skies again with Jeremiah. After all, it is a dream we shared for a decade. Though at least asking would be a form of betrayal itself.
I agree. Let's go ask him.
Given the time, he's most likely at Ox Landing, reciting poetry with his friends. As soon as I finish putting everything together, I will go straight there. Please wait with Jeremiah for me at Ox Landing. I'll head right over as soon as I finish assembling everything. Please wait with me. Wait for me.
Alright, we'll just rush on over. These guys are still here.
What are we looking at?
Oh, thanks to the exquisite utensil you sent to craft to me, she's finally started to take an interest in me. Are you looking for Jeremy again?
Yep, he's right here too. I'm glad things worked out for that guy.
Ah, it's you again. I apologize, but we have nothing more to discuss.
You may have nothing to say, but I have plenty. It's him!
Oh, Jude.
The star lens and bond I've been working on is now complete. It would mean the world to me if you came to watch me begin my search for the Azure Star.
I'm sorry, Jude. I'm afraid there's something I cannot do.
What do you mean you cannot? This is your childhood friend we're talking about. You should go with him. If the Azure Star truly doesn't exist, isn't it your duty to be by his side when he learns the truth?
You don't understand. I searched for a decade for that star. It's nowhere to be found.
A decade? Surely you jest. What an absolute waste of time that was.
Well, I mean, that hurts, but...
Ha! I think we're this close to throwing out all the best years of your life chasing a figment of your imagination. If such a thing existed, the top academics in the Faculty of Astronomy would have already found it. You don't even take that into consideration. By the gods, you must be even dumber than a sack of rocks.
You. How dare you speak to such atrocities?
Ha! Are you talking to me?
You do not anyone else has the right to ridicule us. Threaten and laugh at me all you like. You will not strip me of my dreams.
Then maybe what you need is some sense knocked into you.
Hey, come on, no need for that violence. If you need someone to hit hard, I'll hit you hard.
I'd strongly recommend against that. You see that crossman there? He's an adventurer from overseas, and certainly not someone you want to pick a fight with. Even you don't stand a chance.
Heh! You do best to watch your back.
School bullies are awful. And still they went with him anyway.
Jude, in all our years together, I didn't think I've ever seen you so upset, much less speak up the way you did.
I'll admit I surprised even myself a little. My heart is still pounding. I just couldn't let it all go as though I thought everything was I'd invested in. The audacity he had to utter such words.
I lived, ate, and breathed that dream. When I discovered that there was no hope of fulfilling it, the despair that overcame me was beyond words. I felt worthless. That is why I said nothing earlier. Even if some of the members of the poetry club are a little rough around the edges, this is the only place I have.
When we were children, you were crying because I did not fit in with the others. You invited me to join you in stargazing. You gave me a place to belong in this world. And now I'm asking you to join me in that place once more, gazing up at the skies.
Ah, very well. This will be it for me, Jude.
Now let's make our way to Scholar's Harbor. I must first return to the workshop and retrieve the star lens, so I will meet you two there.
I think that Jude has changed so drastically in such a short span of time. It seems he needed was not someone to take him by the hand, but rather coax him forward from behind.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at that, aren't I?
Ta.
And now they're all gone. We'll go to the harbor. And we'll see if this magic telescope lens thing works. And even if it does work, will it be enough to find the star?
Well, I'm surprised to see how much Jude has changed. It does not change the fact that the Azure Star does not exist.
We'll see about that. I mean, there's plenty of blue stars up there. Are they not blue enough for you? Are they not blue? Are they actually blurple? Sorry, it's hard for me to tell this kind of thing. Alright, so we assembled all the staves into... I only make one stave. Where did you get these other 6?
And there we go. Let us begin then.
Alright. I hope the amps work. How vital and fantastic!
This is a star lens. It doesn't look like much.
"10 years ago, on a fateful day, we were attempting to observe the constellations aligning with the fifth heaven's gate. We'll begin by positioning the star lens in the same manner."
Well, those are pretty.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Stars can be seen with such clarity. However, the other star we saw back then does not shine among them.
Yeah?
Not that I expected anything different. After all, one cannot see, even with the state of our technology, that which does not exist.
Oh, that was supposed to be Jerem, and not him.
You did well, Jude. The star lens is quite an impressive piece of work.
Wait! It is for this exact reason the amplifier exists.
Oh yeah, he wasn't even using the amp yet!
Or do we need more?
I'll give you some of my Aether. It's pure and great. Go ahead, use it. So we go from 7 stars to... Oh, even you are gonna help! Yeah!
Jude, I want to believe it exists as much as you do, but...
Yeah, maximum power! So we go from 7 stars to...
It exists. It's there somewhere, right before our very eyes. Please, reveal to us your brilliance once more, just as you did 10 years ago.
Come on! One more star!
Jaromir, look! It's real! It truly does exist! We didn't imagine it!
Or are you sure you're not just casting an illusion spell right now? It's hard to determine with all the magic going on.
It's... real.
Why did they give up so easily? Jude, you truly are extraordinary.
He's crying! Yeah, we did it! We found your pretty star! It might be an illusion, but it's real to you! And teleported me back. How nice of you, game.
But it's all thanks to you that our decade of hard work did not go to waste. Which reminds me, do you see where Jaromir went off to? He was with us when we entered the Studium grounds.
Oh, he changed his uniform!
Ah, yes, this feels much better.
Now that's more like the Jaromir I know. But would you agree that this style suits him better?
That's some nice fabric.
At the sounds of it, Bond wholeheartedly disagrees. Thank you at least for attempting to mask your distaste with a polite compliment. Sorry about that, I don't know fashion good. Either way, I've finally come to realize my simple transforming my appearance does not change who I was on the inside. But that is neither here nor there. But I wish to talk with you about the Azure Star. There's something about that that's been niggling at the back of my mind. Oh, that's a fun word. How did you succeed with an ancient lens made of water where the latest most advanced equipment in Studium failed? Oh, of course. The star lens allows us to see by capturing not the light of the stars, but the aether, correct? I see. You believe that due to how far away the Azure Star resides from us, a traditional telescope would have trouble capturing the light it emits. The star lens, meanwhile, can capture an image of its aether, the very life force of the star. I can scarcely imagine how much further our technology must advance for telescopes to receive such distant celestial bodies. Strange, then, that we were able to see the Azure Star all those years ago. How do you suppose we accomplished such a feat? At the time, we were using a toy crafted for children. The lens, contrary to proper telescopes, was made from low-quality crystal. The aether of that crystal lens is likely what allowed us to pick up on the star's glow. After we reported what we saw, the Faculty of Astronomy conducted their own observations under similar, if not identical, conditions and found nothing. But the intensity of the ethereal emissions is prone to periodic fluctuations, an ethereal cycle, if you will. It stands to reason that 9-10 years ago the Azure Star had reached its peak. A brief, miraculous window wherein the star's aether was much that we could catch a glimpse of it with our crystal lens telescope. Incredible! As always, Jeremiah, you've always been very sharp. Sharp or not, my abilities pale in comparison to sheer drive, Jude. Thanks to your said drive, we have rediscovered an alternative means of viewing stars in the night sky. If your theory is correct, that means that there are far more stars out there than we had not even suspected waiting to be discovered. Well, it certainly seemed that way. It may very well revitalize and revolutionize our field of astronomy. Let's continue working together to find them, Jeremiah. Let's continue to breathe life into the dreams of those two young boys from 10 years ago. Jude, you forget I'm no longer with the Faculty of Astronomy. In case you've already forgotten, I'm rather a persistent fellow. I waited this long. I can stand to wait a bit longer for your return. I cannot argue with that. Never did I think we began this journey that would come to such a spectacular end. Thank you once again, Bond. Our time together was short. It was incredibly fruitful. I'm devastated to have to say goodbye. We, however, shall continue to reside with the same stars. If I want to remember our time together, I will simply look to the skies. I pray we'll meet again. Shall always remain a treasured and true friend of mine. Yeah! And I will always remember that you said absolutely not inside your head. The fires of Ifrit, nay, the Phoenix have taken up residence in my heart. They will continue to burn forevermore. Yeah! What are you looking at, guy? I'll take a, I don't know, craftsmanship. Yay! We finished something! Jude is deeply moved by your efforts. He now considers you a treasured and trusted friend. Keep an eye out for others in the studio. We require your help enabling artisan. You never know who might be in need of your skills. Except we do, because they have quest markers above their head. And then there's two of them. Look at them, they're friends. Well, I may be the one of the Jeremiah that exists upon this star. I'm the only one that shines the brightest. Gazing back at the night skies with Jeremiah by my side takes me decades back. How grateful I am to not have given up. Yeah! Yeah! Oh no, that makes me happy. I like stories of great friendship. Alright, next up we have Goldsmith. Which uses the exact same gear, so I'll look exactly the same, and that's okay. So now we get to talk to Bork. Professor Marusha's new friend. Bork is a spot of bother.
So not only are we going to be dealing with this Hrothgar, we're also going to be dealing with this old Grandma Lalafell.
Dearly me, whatever am I to do? I dread to think how the professor would react if I returned without him. Oh, sorry, you startled me. I don't suppose you would happen to be a craftsman, would you?
Yeah, I'm something of a craftsman.
Brilliant. Please, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bornik, and I am under the employ of Professor at the Studium. Professor Arusha, to be precise. She works in the field of archaeology, and is deeply invested in the restoration of relics. I have been tasked with finding someone capable of helping her with the most recent project. Needless to say, I have asked her colleagues in the Studium itself and their aid, but I was told no uncertain terms that our so-called relic was mere refuse. Frankly, between the two of us, to my untrained eye, it appears to be little more than a shabby ornament or child's toy. The professor, meanwhile, is convinced that it is a unique and of great value. And far be it from me to question her. Few archaeologists have had much success as she, but I digress. Would you be willing to at least meet with the professor to hear more of our work?
Yeah, let me have a look at that relic. This is interesting.
So you're willing to meet with her then? Excellent. Thank you so much. There ought to be somewhere here in the studio. I don't imagine it will take too long to find her.
Probably that other hallway in the back. But of course, why would it be anywhere else?
Oh. Oh dear, here's Professor Namono here to tell us off with the professor once more.
Honestly, I've never seen so much foolishness.
Why, hello there. Don't be sorry, but I'm rather busy at the moment. Can I wait until later?
Perhaps you wouldn't be so busy if you wasn't wasting time on what's clearly a little more than rubbish. You do realize there are limits to our funding and faculties, don't you? A faculty can't afford to waste time on projects that show little to no merit.
Honestly, I think you're overreacting, Professor. I have a very good feeling about this relic, you know.
Feeling? Feeling? I was aware we had to decide on rely on feelings over common sense now. If I were you two, I'd put more time on anything over helping this crazed crone with her work. Huh. What a mean little guy.
Sorry about that. You must be wondering what you walked into. It seems Professor Namono is having a rather bad day. Wait a minute, you wouldn't happen to be an artisan, would you?
He is indeed, Professor. What's more, he has kindly agreed to hear more about our work, which is why I brought, Oh. Come to think of it, I didn't even ask for your name.
Yeah, I'm McGammar, warrior of light and artisan extraordinaire. Are you willing to pay?
Well, Bud, thank you for coming all this way to talk to an excitable old lady. I am Arusha, a humble professor of archaeology. You've doubtless heard from Boric that we are attempting to restore a relic of sorts. I suppose it then falls upon me to explain our situation in a little more detail. But let us first make our way to the workshop. It'll be much easier to explain things to you there.
I don't really think so, but I would like a change of scenery, and also not talking in a nearly empty hallway. Yeah, what do you got here? Looks like a great big massive furnace? Yeah, it's a metalworking furnace. Okay.
I'm not sure I know anyone scarier than Professor Namono. Of course, he is highly capable. The fact that he's become professor despite being younger than myself is proof of that. Although the fact remains that he's so passionate about his work that he is somewhat hard to approach.
I accidentally clicked on my dog. I'm glad you have a tiny little desk for a tiny little lady. Meanwhile, the other's got quite big yeah. If only we had housing items that accommodated people such as this. That would be nice, but then they'd have to like triple the amount of housing items that we had.
The work that's presently occupies my time is the restoration of this peculiar pristine-faced relic. Its design called to mind the stories of Saint Diana, which is why I've taken to calling it the Golden Diana, in her honor. It was brought to us by one of our gleaners. From what I understand, the excavation, whence they found it, was an independent venture, and considering its otherwise lackluster appearance, none of a similar mind to Professor Namoto have been quick to write it off as rubbish. However, I believe it to be a type of mammoth.
Oh? I do not wish to sound impudent, Professor, but do you truly think that thing could be a mammoth? To my eyes, it looks like an ornament designed to resemble a bird or fish. Next, you'll be saying it can take the skies like an airship.
For all we know, it might well do that. And yes, I'm quite certain the golden yada is a mammoth. It doesn't look like much to your standard Uldan mammoth, I'll grant you that. But its innards are no less complex. We just need to get it fixed up and it's bound to start moving, I know it. What's more, I've got a special feeling about this one. Something tells me it possesses special abilities.
Ah, another one of your special feelings. Wonderful.
In any case, this is where I need your help, Bod. This relic might not seem in a bad state from its outer appearance, but its insides are a mess. There appears to be little that can be salvaged, so it was your duty to recreate replica parts that match all the broken ones housed within. I'll be forever grateful to you should you decide to help us. I'm just champing at a bit to find out what secrets lurk inside this little old thing.
Sure! I'll help you out, Grandma Lalafell.
Wonderful. I knew I could count on you the moment you arrived. You've made an old woman very happy, Bond.
You can count on me, Grandma!
Now let's get down to business. We'll defeat those Huns. I'd like you to begin working on its exterior. Though I see no sign of erosion, something, possibly one of the dislodged parts, has done considerable damage to its insides. But it won't do to work on the interior of its complex parts without first ensuring the shell housing them is sound. That said, I've no doubt you'll need to prepare a few things before you get to work. Let me know when you feel ready to get started.
More crab! Everyone's happy! Faculty of Archaeology Studium deliveries unlocked. And it's going to give us a tutorial dialogue every time. The Dormant Yada. Rurusha is raring to get started.
Hello again, Bud. Are you ready to begin?
But of course.
Wonderful to hear. I'd like you to start by crafting gold plating. You needn't worry about fitting it to the relic, though. I'll handle that.
Yep, we're going to get this dialogue every time. And now that we've done that, we've unlocked the ability to actually see what it is that we need to buy. Not societies. Classes. There we go. Gold plating. Let's go get the materials that we need and get started. Dwarven Mithril. Yeah, it starts with materials from previous expansion and then gives you materials all throughout this expansion. So I need 6 of these. Oh. Ugh. Actually, hold on. We can do this. No excess, no relisting, none of that stuff. Dwarven Mithril Nuggets. Six of these, we can buy 6. With a slight markup. And 12 deep gold nuggets, okay. Alright, this one might hit the bank a little. 4. 11. 12. Alright. Sure! Alright, let's buy the things for the other things too. Cog. High durium ingot. High durium, not just normal durium, it needs to be high. We need 6? We need 6. 2, 3, 4, 5. Down to high quality. 6. Easy. 6 pewter. I could have bought this stuff off stream first, but I didn't know what I needed. I could have looked it up. I didn't. And 12 stone gold. Ugh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could have bought the high quality one at a lower price, but I didn't want to. Oh, I need 6 more. Right, it needs 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I hate that. Alright, we're bringing the bismuth. We need 12 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can count. 6. Not saying that. Okay, we have 7. I think there was a sufficient pause between the numbers there. I now have way too many of these. Okay, I have 1 too many. No, I have 4 too many. Ah, I can count. I just need a different variety of gold ingot. That person bought themselves a new gun. Good for you. 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And what do I need for this one? A lot more of these. So 12 more. Ugh. I'm buying 20. That's a little bit more than I wanted to get, but here we are. I need 6 star quartz. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you, market board. And 6 chondrite. Oh, 1 really cheap. Thank you. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Good. We have everything. We don't need to buy anymore. Now we craft. Now we craft for a good long time. First item's easy. Where's veneration? Do I not have veneration on the... There it is. Why are my bars completely different for all my crafting classes? I really should fix that one day. But it really doesn't matter, as long as you just know what button you're hitting and when. I'm about to get a chunk of experience for no reason. I haven't dropped any frames. The stream looks good. Now we'll just make all these items before we even go. That way we can just enjoy story from this point out. Enjoy spending time with Grandma Lalafell. Alright, hold on here. Move you aside. Get you out of the way. I don't even use this button. Don't even know what that's for. Where's advanced touch? Here we go. I don't remember needing as many buttons. I think I forgot to hit reflect. You don't think reflect is important, but it kinda is. Just use the expensive button. Oh, get it done. Actually, isn't there... Yeah, I could probably use Preparatory Touch. That might work even better than what I'm doing. It's like the groundwork of increasing quality. Just hits that durability really hard. But you know what? We got plenty of durability to go around. We're good. Have to make a couple more of these. Yeah, look at the size of that increase. That's the good stuff. Just get it done. Oh, right, I have to use high-quality ingredients because I messed up on shopping. Oh, got done a little bit early. Yes, I clicked these buttons on the right side. It's crafting. Crafting has a lot of buttons, okay? I do not think I could formulate a rotation on crafting. Yeah, let's just... Okay, we got our 6 cogs, we got our 6 golden plating. We need our motor components. I'll save that stuff for later. Okay. Same rotation, still works. Probably don't need to push it up to full 100%, but it's fine. It's getting made. We're doing it. Oh no, my stuff is breaking. One moment. Sometimes I forget when crafting that your gear's durability does start to go down. It's one of the game's ways to, like, stop, take a break, fix your stuff. Fix your stuff yourself if you have all the crafting classes. If you don't, go see a mender. I feel like it's an anti-botting measure, but, like, nothing's gonna stop a bot. I don't know, there's just something about Charlene. I like it a lot. Maybe it's the pavement, maybe it's a little bit of wood everywhere, maybe it's how not claustrophobic everything feels with an open sky and everything. Whoops! I made a bad one. Oh well, I'll still get the quest done. That's what I get for looking around and not looking at my rotation. It's been a while since I've seen a message in chat. Let me send something. Okay. Go back to bed. Glad everything is still connected, mostly. Once again, I hope everybody's having a good time out there. I'm having a good time getting these stories done. Sometimes, like, you're in the middle of your dark, depressing storyline where the world is ending, everything's really bad. Sometimes you don't need that. You don't need that 100% of the time. Sometimes, while the world is ending and we're experiencing the final days, we need to remember that sometimes there's just a kid that wants to look at a star. Alright, I made 6. Don't need any more of those. Go ahead and blast out the high quality ingredients first. Don't need to be any better than that, so we just get done. And we'll see why we need these things later. Alright, we're out of high quality ingredients, that's fine. Got plenty of normal quality ingredients, that just saves us some bag space, that's all. Yeah, it's not that much different. I like our little goldsmith table thing here. Like all the lenses and such. I pushed the wrong button. Oh well. We're still gonna be able to finish the thing. It's not gonna break. Two more. I'm also happy to explain the crafting process for people who don't really get it. That's kind of simple. Mostly, you just want to fill the bars. You have buttons that fill both bars. You have buttons that make filling bars easier. You gotta have a health bar in the form of the durability. Get the thing done before you break it. It's not hard. You get 5 million different abilities that use different amounts of your power. Alright. I like your circle axe, guy. Hey, people are buying the cheese! Hey, the cheese sold! Who needs to buy that? Clearly somebody's making pizza for an event. They need that cheese. Okay, so we have all this stuff. Let's organize this so that the stuff is kind of with other stuff of its same kind. Yeah, that kind of works.
Pray let me know when you've made the plating.
Yep, we already know about this. We literally just did this.
Great work. I can see you're a fine craftsman indeed. Thank the gods for sending you on our way.
In making your first successful delivery, you've begun to earn Marusha's trust.
Truly splendid work. Our little friend is looking so much better already.
He looks the same to me.
Oh, it feels like watching my own child growing up. And you're here to help means more than you know.
I'm glad to see you in such high spirits, Professor. Truly I am. But is it really wise to use the entirety of our remaining budget on this project?
Oh, Boric, lighten up. Ever steered you wrong in the past?
Well, I suppose not. Even so, you must forgive me if I feel uneasy seeing our coffers so thoroughly emptied.
Hey, Tefadian! How you doing?
Better than the money be used and left to gather dust, I say.
While I do agree on being miserly serves little purpose, the opposite extreme may not be the best approach.
Well, there's no need for you to fret, Bar. I have set aside more than enough scripts to see you duly compensated for your efforts.
Yeah, and experience and story.
Enough talk of boring old financial matters. I believe it's time for us to start work on our little friend's insides. However, know that this will be an altogether more difficult process than reinforcing its exterior. Let me know when you feel up to the task.
Yeah, I got everything right here.
But I didn't even tell you what I need yet.
Marusha now considers you a rookie relic restorer. Alliteration ho! Marusha has noticed components are missing from the relic.
Why, hello there.
Oh, thank the gods you're here. I was so worried you might have returned that I couldn't focus on my work.
What, you thought I wouldn't come back? The commission isn't done yet.
Honestly, Boric, show a little faith. But it doesn't strike me as someone who'd go back on his word.
My apologies. I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that we've been turned down by so many others.
As you've probably worked out by now, Boric has a penchant to worry far more than he has any right to. Please don't take anything he says too seriously.
Yeah, alright.
But what's enough of that for now? It's time we got back to discussing our little friend's woes. This time, I would like you to craft minuscule cogs made of gold. While examining the insides of the relic, I discovered that it was missing some, which seems to cause all the damage we've observed. Whatever you make will need to be tough as a curl. Are you up to the task?
Yeah! Leave it to me! I'm not gonna say sounds like hard work, but my hard work pays off. Leave it to me!
Oh, it's great to know I can always count on you, Bod. Best of luck.
It occurs to me that I didn't look at the description for gold plating. Plating required to repair Marusha's mysterious relic.
I have every confidence your work will be immaculate. Indeed, I very much look forward to seeing what you can do.
Gold cog. A cog required to repair Marusha's mysterious relic. Just slap it in there. It'll fit.
Solid work as always. Look at the detail, too. It's obvious you stand head and shoulders above your peers.
Actually, I'm kinda small for a bunny boy. But if you count the ears, then maybe.
A cogs were a perfect fit. I would be even happier if she decided to move for us.
Nope, it's just... Oh, it wobbled! The golden diada flinched ever so slightly. However, it soon returned to its former static state. It appears you still have work to do. Well, I mean, it moved! Come on, Borg.
Oh, well done, little one. We have you moving properly in no time, don't worry.
Well done. It merely flopped on the table like a dead fish. This hardly cause for celebration. I'm growing increasingly worried that this will all come to nothing, and your reputation will end up in tatters.
Oh, calm down, Boric, lest you forget the relic was found buried in the body of what appeared to be a mage, possibly of some repute. The tomb also contained a range of tools used by those highly skilled in the arcane arts. I'm positive this mammoth possesses great power.
Well, if we're discussing what it could be, I would say it's just as easy to be a trinket or charm that could get kept on their person. And let us not forget the shady stories we heard of the gleaner who sold it to you in the first place. We were meant to trust someone with a track record of peddling counterfeit wares.
Boric, how many times have I told you not to hold others' past against them? Everyone is capable of change, and I, for one, remain convinced that this relic is worthy of study. It is true that a gleaner's livelihood depends on their ability to discern what is a forgery and what is a genuine article, but no one is without error, not even me. If our little friend here does turn out to be a fake, it simply means I've made one such error. Nothing more, nothing less. Although I don't believe for a moment that I have done so. After all, who will believe in me if I don't believe in myself? That's not to say I think myself infallible, mind you. Putting that aside for a moment, I shall examine our friend here and see if I can determine what problems yet remain. When next you have time to spare, Bond, please seek us out, and we'll see about making further repairs.
Alright, let's fix the fish. Marusha now considers you a reasonable relic restorer. Still alliterative. Yeah! Rubbish research. Marusha is in need of a particular part.
Bond, lovely to see you again. I do hope you've been looking after yourself. On more than one occasion, my students have fallen ill due to neglecting their health, you know. I wouldn't want you to do the same now. Goodness, listen to me prattling on like some worried old mother. Well, I may not be your mother, but the rest still stands. I am old, and I do worry about you. And never mind me. You're obviously in good health and spirits both. Now, while you were both away, I took a closer look at the Golden Yada to determine what other parts may be faulty. The problem, it seems, is either a mammoth's core or the mechanism controlling motor functions.
I've examined the core, and it appears to be made from exceedingly rare minerals. I could find no gleaners willing or able to procure them, but I did manage to strike a deal with a merchant in the harbor. It will take time for the materials to be delivered, however.
Until they arrive, I propose we start with another rather important piece of our mammoth puzzle. Your task is to craft the motor components required to support proper movement.
This is far more complex than anything we have asked of you thus far. I sincerely hope nothing goes wrong. There's been so much to worry of late. I feel there is insufficient time in the day to consider it all. The thought of overlooking troubles keeping me from sleep, and before I realize it, the day rises with a new set of problems.
Goodness, Borik, that won't do at all. I suppose that's one more reason for you to do your best with this. I'm sure that would put Borik's state of mind at ease.
Alright, we'll do it for Borik's mental health. But the thing is, we've already got it done.
Let me know when you've finished. I fear poor Borik will struggle to sleep until the matter of the relic is resolved.
Actually, I didn't talk to Borik yet.
Oh, I do hope you made the right decision in dealing with that merchant. I cannot seem to shake the feeling I've been swindled.
Yeah, you may have been. I can't really have any input on that one. Am I gonna get too much money? Just enough.
Thank you. Fine work as always. You should fit our little friend perfectly.
And she tinkers it in.
She's looking a lot better with that new part in place. We've still no replacement for her core, but let us see if she at least is capable of rudimentary functions.
Oh, 2 flops! The Golden Yada moves a little more than before. You suspect it will be good as new once you replace its core. Yeah!
We're making progress. It may be slow, but we're definitely heading in the right direction. All that remains is to fashion a new core.
Yeah! Once you get the materials, I'll be able to do that. I thought I told you to cease this ridiculous work of yours. It's the evil Lullafell. I think the Studium's resources are being wasted on such nonsense while my efforts to decipher ancient languages goes largely ignored. You there, clumsy assistant. Have you not yet convinced her to stop this blunder of a project? You should understand better than anyone her colleagues' misgivings on this outlandish behavior.
Well, I concede I do not share the professor's optimism for this potential of that thing. But so long as I am her assistant, I will continue to support her in whatever way I can.
Word has it, Ki Aliapo thinks rather highly of you. For her to sing such praises, you must be an artisan of remarkable skill. And for all your talent, it seems you have much learned about what work you should and shouldn't accept. Your gifts will go to waste if you keep humoring this old hag. Hey, she's not... Say what you want, but I think this is a job worth doing. Honestly, what a merry bunch of fools you all are. You don't think you can continue wasting studium resources forever.
Is it just me, or did he seem to be in a rather good mood today?
I think it's just you.
Well, hopefully, it won't be too distressing for you, Bond. We simply need to keep at it. I'm certain our mammoth friend will stir to life as soon as we get her a new core. As always, your work will be indispensable.
Urusha now considers you a rather good relic restorer. Somewhat alliterative. Rather good is not... We're working on it. And Bork's choice. Urusha has something to ask of you.
Welcome back, Bond. So wonderful to see you again. It just seems that a delivery of core materials is coming to port. Bork was just leaving to go and fetch them, but now that you're here, might I ask you to accompany him? It would be certain the quality of these goods, and I can trust your discerning artisan's eye.
Yeah, you can count on me.
Fantastic. Well, hurry along, you two.
Let's be on our way then. The merchant said that he would be waiting for us in Scholar's Arbor.
Sorry for sending you off when you only just arrived, but I wouldn't leave nothing to chance with these supplies.
Alright, off we go. We're still benefiting from Jog. It's been forever since I used Sprint, but Jog is still here for us. Let's turn and go this way. It is snowing in Charland.
Eldest?
I took on such cargo as to make travel a basic challenge. Captain's orders, not mine, mind you. I think that actually this has put quite a strain on our industry. Oh, but this is the merchant I was telling you about.
Hello, hello. Are they on this fine day? You look from the studium, yes?
Why, yes, we actually are. We've been sent by Professor Urusha for...
Ah, so you really have the minerals then? I'll go down him and tell me if you know meet your approval.
Well, they certainly seem to be what we asked for. Any thoughts, Bond?
No thoughts, head empty.
Oh, that's great to hear. What a relief.
A pleasure doing business with you.
He was happy until he saw us. Yeah, that tome I recently ordered from the Studium. The order was placed under Namono Tayomoto.
Professor Namono. Always a pleasure, of course I do. There it is. Hope it's to your liking.
Yeah, this is indeed what I requested you require. I must say its contents appear somewhat lacking.
Daring me. Do you wish to return it then?
No, you did your job and deserve to be compensated accordingly.
Thank you kindly. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Ta for now.
Yeah, perhaps this will learn something about what constitutes worthwhile research. Just hands the book you just brought over the board. Also, the lights are gone. If it piques your interest, then feel free to visit me in my office. I would gladly welcome someone as determined as you to join my staff. We could do with another pair of hands. You're seriously considering it? Guy?
A compendium of linguistic research. I feel its contents are beyond me. Archaeology has always been my preferred field of study. However, my marks in school often left much to be desired. To even call me a second-rate researcher would be flattery. But that mattered little, Professor Urusha. She took me under her wing in spite of my shortcomings, and my performance greatly improved thanks to her tutelage. So much so, I was offered a position working at St. Cornoc's Find after graduation, but I couldn't accept it. I'm a great deal in debt to the professor for all she has done for me. So long as she has need, I will remain at her side.
Oh,
Alas, I don't feel I've been much help to her of late. Perhaps it would be for the best if I took on a few odd jobs as Professor Namogo. At least then I might be contributing to a field in some way, however insignificant it may be.
Let's see. Only you can decide how to live your life. We've already thrown this line at somebody today. We're probably going to do it again. Or Namoto working to the bone, you know. I'm going to say the middle one.
Oh, you're right. It's not a decision to be made lightly.
I have a feeling you'd say that to anything.
Apologies for my jabbering. You did not come here all this way to hear my lamentations. Come, let us return to the professor.
Alright. Head on back over. Sprinting is a bit faster than just jogging. So I should be making use of the button a little bit more than I have been.
I do hope the relic is restored soon. I fear the stress of this endeavor may be the death of me.
Welcome back, you two. Everything went well, I take it?
We ran into that other guy again.
Good to hear. Thanks again for letting us at this discerning eye of yours. I say, Bork, what is that tome you have there?
Oh, this, well, we happened to run into Professor Tomono when we met the merchant, and that told me it would seem to be underwhelming him, and so he shoved it into my hands. He, also asked if I might consider working for him.
Look at you. Getting scouted by other professors. You're coming up in the world, Bork.
Alas, he only wanted me to help out with odd jobs. I never hoped to aid anyone in deciphering ancient languages, as you well know.
I do wish he wouldn't put himself down like this. He contributes more than his fair share of my work, at the very least. Let's see that aside for now. The time has come for you to get to work on that core. You should have the need of additional materials Bork will provide.
We get things!
I made a point of ordering slightly more than we needed, just in case something like this happened. Here you go.
Special materials to make gold core. Our gold core required to repair Marusha's mysterious relic. Alright. Let's make the thing. Probably, nah, one more just to be safe. I don't want 90% to turn into normal quality. One more tappy tap. There we go. We're so good at goldsmithing.
We're so close. Let me know once you finish making the core.
We made the core.
Well, that was nerve-wracking work, but I've successfully replaced this old core with your new one. Now we need but pray that it works.
Oh, it floats! For a briefest of moments, the golden Gyata took flight. Unfortunately, it immediately falls to the table. A rattling sound can now be heard coming from within. Oh no, we broke it! Again.
Well, what do you know? It really can fly like an airship.
I can hardly believe my eyes. You're certain it is not Alagon in origin? I can think of no other ancient civilization capable of fashioning such a mammoth. Strange though, that it continues to function poorly despite replacing all of its parts. Which leaves us with its now essentially a prohibitively expensive ornament.
I'll grant you our results thus far are somewhat less than satisfactory, but this is not cause for panic. Archaeology is at its most interesting when you come up against a hurdle like this. Don't you just love being challenged to solve a good mystery?
Well,
Only time will tell if the Golden Yada is truly a mammoth or simply someone's old plaything. I can never forgive myself or not to move on to another project without first uncovering all of our friends' secrets. Just think back to the state we found it in, and yet now it's capable of flight, for goodness sake. We've made incredible progress. That said, a rattling noise just now does have me worried. Perhaps I made a mistake somewhere when inserting the new parts. We need to dismantle it once more to see if we can't deduce what went wrong. Until then, I bid you get some rest. I'll let you know at the very moment we have finished.
Alright. I'll rest for all of 3 winks. Also, it's getting colder as the day is going on. I'm turning the heater on. So if you hear this rattling noise behind me, it's not the Yada, it's my heater.
I really want to help the professor, but our funds have nearly run dry. We can't continue like this.
A friend in need. All is not well with Arusha.
Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. I was just mulling something over. I dismantled the Golden Yada after you left, and even tried oiling all of its parts with lubricant graciously lent to us by the Faculty of Alchemy. But after assembling it, nothing has changed. That said, I did make one new discovery. I found a small part within its mouth. It seems to be an artificial voice box of sorts. This is a piece that should have anything to do with it malfunctioning is highly unlikely, but if it is damaged, I thought it might be worth replacing. What do you think?
It might help if we could communicate with it. Yeah, let's do it.
Wait, you think the Golden Yada might be capable of speech?
Ha! A novel and idea indeed. Well, she is capable of flying, it would not surprise me if she could talk as well. Perhaps then we could ask what ails her. Could I trouble you to make a gold mechanical voice box for our friend? Just imagine what interesting things she might share with us.
Alright, unfortunately I can't deliver these yet. My money is full. What a problem to have!
To think we might be able to speak with the Golden Yada, although I do worry about how this might impact our research funds.
Something little money. We gotta get rid of these scripts. Yeah, if you didn't have gear at this point, you would definitely be able to buy the gear for the class that you like. I'm getting more than enough scripts to buy entire sets of gear. But I don't need any gear. I don't need any gear. I have too many scripts. I can't hold all these scripts. So I'm gonna buy some more of these. I'm gonna buy some more of these because that's what I can buy. Girl?
A mechanical voice box may be just the thing we need to learn more about our little friend here. Just imagine what she might have to tell us.
Alright. Gold mechanical voice box. A component required to repair Arusha's mysterious relic.
Oh, thank you. Exquisite as always. I'll have her talking in no time with a voice box like this.
And we leveled up again!
Alright, let's see if she speaks.
Those are symbols. I can't. Star and down up dollar something diamond circle percent XX. The Golden Yada says something. However, you haven't the foggiest idea what it's trying to tell you. And that's us with having the echo, which allows us to transcend the barrier of speech, usually.
She speaks. I knew it.
Did I truly hear that just now? Oh, Professor, this could be the discovery of a lifetime. That said, while it definitely made a noise, it sounded more like a song than speech to me.
Still wasting time on your little pet, I see.
Ah, Professor Nomono, perfect timing. If you could spare a moment, we have need of your keen insight.
I beg your pardon? Did I do something to suggest I was wasting my time alongside you? Don't make me tell me you actually made progress.
All thanks to Bond, yes. In fact, our recent discovery falls within your realm of expertise. Well, I say discovery, but it's more of a clue that may lead to one.
A clue? Oh, well, that's very impressive, given all the time you already wasted on that lark. Honestly, where you even listen to yourself? Regardless, I did not come here to discuss the latest failings as a researcher. Allow me to brief in light of your wasting of research funding. I would ask the Studium to consider if you continue your deployment is worth it to anybody here aside from yourself. Now look at how stressed you made your assistant. You look at him, you gave him anxiety. Fret not, Bork. I promise to look after you once Professor Urish is removed from her position. Of course, in return, I expect you to sign my petition to proceed with this inquiry. Oh, come on. Stop trying to get the old lady to retire. She'll retire when she's ready.
Well, that didn't go as planned, did it? Considering the linguistic nature of our problem, I was hoping Professor Nomono might be willing to assist us.
If only I had spoken up sooner, perhaps it could not have come to this. Forgive me, Professor, but the day has given me much to consider, if you'll excuse me.
Are you actually considering signing the petition of what is someone who is essentially your great aunt?
I never realized he was under such stress.
Well, you did give him anxiety. Will you not go and speak with him?
This is the life we chose as researchers, my friend. Callous though it may sound, there are certain matters we must work out for ourselves. McGammar would not wish to work out what remains of us out on his return. Let's consider our next course of action.
Alright. What do you need me to make next? Now considered a top drawer relic restorer. That lost its alliteration. Oh no! And there's no Borg to talk to now. He's gone. And we get the Wayback Machine. Oh, that's a fun reference. Ursha is in need of your sage advice.
Ah, Bond. Fortuitous timing as ever. As you can see, Borg has yet to return from the workshop. To be honest, it has been somewhat lonely here without him. For mercy, I have managed to make progress with the Golden Yada by way of a rather curious discovery. Initially, I thought to leave her be, fearful of damaging the parts you've labored so hard to provide, but then curiosity got the better of me. I dismantled her yet again, but this time I discovered a black stone inside, a connector of sorts coiled about it. Any ideas what it might be?
Is that... Are you sure that elegant tombstone didn't drop in my pocket?
Ah, an elegant tombstone, you say. It doesn't have the customary patterns of a tombstone, but the texture is certainly similar. Based on what we found earlier, I very much doubt our friend here was created in the Third Astral Era. No, the Fifth Astral Era is much more likely, perhaps even the beginning of the Sixth. It's entirely possible that the people of that age, after unearthing Alagon relics, repurposed the technology, or perhaps they merely drew inspiration from Alagon designs in their work. This is what meant to store records, which I believe it does. It would have expected it to serve as a core, much like the mammoths of Volda. However, the Golden Yada's core has an altogether different function, which is why I suspect the stone, and whatever knowledge is stored within, is meant to supplement the core. It's a connector I found wrapped around it. Tell me, little one, just what secrets are you hiding? But would you be able to fashion a new connector for her? What I found attached to the stone is clearly not working as intended.
Alright, I can make a thin bit of metal. That's what goldsmiths are good at.
Honestly, what would I do without you? Let's not waste any more time then. We must finish our work before Professor Nomono convinces the Studium to hold that inquiry.
That's a big box for a little lady.
This may well be the last request I ask of you, so please, any materials you require, but ask and I will see to the rest.
Alright. The box is full to bursting with materials. Marusha bids you take as much as you require. We will fix the fish. We can't let the fish win. But we can win. By fixing the fish. Alright. Well, I need to make one more thing for this quest line. That's 100. Easy as making everything else. So we've turned the gold connector materials.
In the oven.
Oh.
He found a strawberry, chicken, and strawberry taco.
Strawberry chicken and strawberry taco. What? Is that a taco? I'd try it. It's weird, but I'd try it. A piece of material required to craft a connector to repair functions of Marusha's mysterious relic, and we have a gold connector required to repair the mysterious relic. Alright, let's try it.
Try to make that gold connector as quickly as possible.
There we go, we got the thing.
Excellent. The connector is in the place. Now we need but insert the stone and see how she responds.
Professor Marusha.
Ah, Boric, so good to see you. If you come to apologize, don't. You're here now, and that's all that matters.
No, that's not. I mean, yes, I'm sorry for being away for so long, but I came to apologize, Professor. I signed the petition for your inquiry.
So you're getting second thoughts?
Your research is leading nowhere, Professor, and I thought it better you resign now than tarnish your legacy with this final project. So I signed the petition, and now Professor Nomono has the signatures he needs to submit his petition. It was only after I signed that I realized my mistake. If that relic yet holds secrets of bygone era, it is our duty to find them, but now we may never have the chance.
I take it you heard the good news.
Professor Nomono.
The faculty are ready to hold their inquiry, Professor. Now, perhaps you make your way over to Learner's Meet, lest you miss the hearing in your own career. You two may as well come along too. The more the merrier, as they say. Ah, you little goblin. You're goblin something, all right.
Always in a hurry, that one. You really must learn how to relax. Boric, would you be a dear and do me a favor? I wish to finish fighting this part of Golden Yada. Once finished, I'm positive we'll learn all we need to know. But I need you to delay the inquiry, if only for a short time. No need to worry. I suspect it won't be long before this old girl stirs to life this time. Go ahead with Boric and wait for me at Learner's Meet.
Alright. Well, whether she gets fired or not, I got the job done.
Just a few finishing touches and everything should be in order. Pray go ahead with Boric and Learner's Meet.
So we're gonna see how this ends, whether she loses her job or not. Oh, it's the other direction? Why is it the other direction? I was expecting it to be, like, over here.
Oh, Professor Nomono,
What's this? Only two of you? You're not gonna tell me that a great Professor Marusha took the coward's way out and fled, do you?
no, her legs simply don't move as fast as they used to. Would you care for a cup of tea while we wait? but we could pay a visit to the last stand.
More, we are far past the time for guilt and regret. Would you not agree? Well, you needn't fret, I'll be sure to look after you. So please, there's no need to delay the inevitable. At any rate, all the necessary parties and crew will be here soon enough. Professor Relucia's absence merely proves that she has no intention of defending herself. Now let's make our way to the auditorium.
We failed to stall at all.
Oh, there she is.
Allow me to preface this hearing by stating that I have the utmost respect for you as a fellow academic, Professor Marusha. However, given the support behind the recent petition, we have no choice but to consider the matter of your continued tenure here at the Studium. You stand accused of squandering Studium funds on the restoration of a relic of questionable origin.
And she has refused time and again to heed my request to cease her activities. She is convinced that the relic in question is some sort of mammoth. I have not witnessed it move, even a whim. What's more, the gleaner that found the so-called relic in history has delivered a conference in the past. Isn't it right, Moore?
Come now, Professor Nomoto, nobody's perfect. And for the 100th time, that mammoth is something special. You just need to be patient with her. Come on, little one, show them.
Oh? It moves! It's perfect!
By seeing things.
This proves nothing. How we know we didn't ask this helper of yours to contrive a means for it to move on its own? Because I've been fixing it all along? That's the point?
Well, I suppose it falls on me to confirm as much. Tell me, did you do as Professor Nomoto suggests?
I only made the parts required to restore it. Which is what was asked of me, and I got paid for it. You're not getting that money back.
It speaks the truth. Naturally, someone with this ability could doubtless make modifications to allow rudimentary movement, but I don't think even the best in this field could achieve this.
It's the book!
Why, isn't that the tome I received from Professor Nomono?
As you may recall, the Golden Yada produced strange noises some time ago in her workshop. It was only until recently I realized those noises were syllables, and they matched with the comprising a language found in this book. Now, my dear, would you kindly read an excerpt from the book? Oh, and please be certain to translate it into a language we can all understand. The serpent that sleeps in the deep lonely scented skin of old.
A translating machine! Wow! All the research and funding that we used on this thing makes his field of expertise completely useless! I recognize that passage. It has something to do with magics that control the life stream. At least I would wager that's what the serpent represents. It aligns with everything my research has uncovered thus far.
The relic is...
An ancient translation device, yes. Here I was convinced that Professor Roche had all but lost her critical faculties. Yet clearly it was I who was entirely in the wrong. I haven't been too quick to belittle the work of others, thinking only of what immediately benefits of my, that might have to mine. A researcher should be inquisitive and reflective, but I've only been selfish and overly prideful. Please allow me to extend the sincerest apologies. If anyone should be removed from the post, it is I.
Oh, stop. You needn't be so dramatic. If not for your passion in linguistics, I would never have discovered the importance of this relic.
Well, it would seem there's no further need for these proceedings. If I may make a suggestion, would the two of you consider working together? It was clear to me, at least, that such an arrangement would be mutually beneficial.
What a fantastic idea! I would love nothing more than to work alongside Professor Namono.
You hear that, kid? You're getting a bomb!
Well, allow me to thank you for helping Professor Marusha with her research. If not for your intervention, I fear we may have committed a grave error in science a perfectly capable researcher along with her work.
Yeah! Feel free to pay me again.
All's well that ends well, eh? I said back to Maker's Meat. I need to thank you properly for everything you've done.
It seems I owe you an apology. No, there's most pleasing to think this will aid my work as well. There's yet much learning to be done. And now the room is empty, except for those two. Were these two in the audience? I think they were.
Oh, I'm so relieved.
The serpent that sleeps in the deep slowly sheds its skin of old. Eventually, the serpent devours its own tail and renders new flesh using its own. The pain it felt will cause the earth to quake, the mountains to crumble, and the rivers to run dry. Thus 7 wedges will be driven into its back.
Weird. Awful.
I thought I was acting in your best interest, but, well... Professor, I'm more sorry than you'll ever know. Would you ever consider allowing me to work as your assistant once more? I'll give you all the time you need to...
Listen, Boric, you didn't need to apologize to me because nothing's changed between us. You never stopped being my assistant. And please, do yourself a favor and stop being so hard on yourself all the time. I couldn't ask for a better colleague. Though I suppose there is one thing you could do with learning. Patience. A work often takes time to bear results, after all. Now, are you ready to get back to work?
Oh, Professor!
Ah, what a nice surprise. Are you here to ask for our little friend's help?
Something like that, yes. The books I gave her assistant was merely an abridged compilation of works on ancient languages. What I have now are complete inscriptions of the texts I'm presently studying. I simply must know what's written here. I've spent far too long toiling away to decipher their contents to no avail.
I'm all too familiar with that feeling. I suppose all researchers are spurred on by the thirst for answers. Perhaps said answers will even help with these recent anomalies in the life stream. I'm sure some of the other professors of the Studium would love to hear your findings.
Well, you two have certainly reconciled your differences quite quickly. Would that I could relinquish my worries so easily.
Yeah. Consider incense. That helps me.
Thank you once again, Mond. If you hadn't stuck around to help as long as you did, I might have lost an irreplaceable assistant and countless colleagues. And that is to say nothing of the huge academic leap forward we're about to make thanks to all your hard work. A gift I hope to repay your hard work of my own. When next you visit, I'll be sure to have a number of fascinating discoveries to share with you.
Yeah, that sounds great.
I hope you're prepared, Boric. You have 2 professors to attend to now, so no more moping, alright?
Oh, I'm quite sure I'll have no time for that. As I no longer have the resources required to hire additional help, you're my one and only assistant now, Boric. So do try to keep your wits about you.
Oh dear, what have I gotten myself into now? Well, at least the subject matter is interesting.
Absolutely whipped that man. We are now a masterful relic restorer. I still wish it had alliteration in it somewhere. And now we have one more person in the studio that we can help right now. He's here now. Perhaps the occupant of the Tome of the Mammoth was a translator of sorts. Oh, I can't wait to discover just how many languages our friend can translate. He'll always recite that line. I'm busier than ever, but I'm loving life. Professor Demono has been rather calm lately ever since I sleep, and I'm even sleeping better in life.
Oh, thanks for coming. I've been so busy lately with all those new discoveries, but let's have a good chat over tea in the last stand when things have calmed down.
Yeah, let's. Alright, let me take care of myself here. There's been no posture redeem the entire stream, so I need to make sure I do that for myself because I'm keenly aware of it and thinking about it. All bad noises. Just moving my arms and upper body is not enough. I need to make sure I actually stand and move my legs a little because I will become a statue. Oh, that made Biscuit happy. Biscuit likes seeing me get up. He's a good boy. He just made a noise because I sat back down, though. Oh, silly boy. Alright. Culinarian. Perfectly awful! DeBroy is looking a little green around the gills.
Greetings, sir. I'm DeBroy, a student of nutritional sciences from Professor Galron's research laboratory. But excuse me. At your service. If I'm not mistaken, you're a Cornelian who has come to us by way of Kialiapo's introduction, yeah?
Yeah.
Wonderful. I would very much like to request your help with
Excuse. Oh my. Forgive me, my stomach is not entirely at its best. Professor Galvaro bids me try the sample of a new recreated comestible, you see. The taste was, well, ill-textured. Oh dear. Perhaps you should just experience it firsthand. One mouthful is worth 1,000 words to know that. Pray join me over at the Maker's Meet, and I can initiate you into wonders of experimental foodstuffs. Alright! It can't be worse than Archon Loaf. There's no way it can be worse than Archon Loaf, right? Thank you ever so much for coming. Let's seat the table for you, shall we? It's Archon Loaf. On first inspection, it seems to be an ordinary loaf of bread, yes? Now try a slice. I don't think bread should sound like that. The initial flavor is an affront to the gods themselves, which gradually transitions into a bleakly entropic aftertaste. It is quite possibly the worst thing you have ever eaten. Doesn't it taste awful? Here comes the perfectly meal. Flavor is irrelevant. Professor Gavrish, wasn't it? Well, the very concept of gourmet cuisine has led to all manner of unhealthy excess. Too much salt, too much sugar, and entirely too much fatty content is employed in the pursuit of gratifying this obsession with taste. The panna loaf we are laboring here so hard to produce will contain everything necessary to sustain an adult body in one sufficient, easily consumed serving. As I said, the perfect meal. Professor, if I might introduce... My Thaldiak, all this time wasted on idle chatter. You were able to attain true perfection. You must spare a moment to be spared upon our research. Your task was to improve the Panelof's digest ability, was it not? And let us be getting on with it. Swift, sure, efficient.
You must excuse the professor's brusque manner. I know he seems eccentric, but the field of nutritional science was practically built from the foundation of that man's research. Surely you've heard of the infamous Archon loaf. It was Professor Gavroche that proposed the recipe. In any case, I do apologize for serving such a foul-tasting creation, but I needed you to understand the gravity of the situation. Come to the last stand. I shall offer you something to cleanse your palate while I more fully explain the issue at hand.
Alright. Oh, another nickel! Hi, Lily. Welcome back. So let's have an idea of what was inside that terrible, terrible bread that we just ate. So, all these potions, a little bit of everything that's inside here, which looks like it could be beans, powders, and other things that are ground up. A couple of bell peppers, maybe some milk, maybe some vinegar. I'm not really sure what's in there. Maybe some lettuce. I'm not sure what's inside this jar here. It looks like even more beans. Obviously, they use some stuff to make bread. Clearly, they cut up a green onion. They have a good oven with a good pot. Anyway, let's go eat some actual good food. And that was terrible. Let's have some good food. What was that sound? I got some terrible feedback there for some reason. Hopefully it wasn't just me. Hi, Bolt. I'm not at work, so you can tell my boss I'm watching the stream. Sure, I still don't know your boss. In your absence, we went from making cake to making various bits and bobs to make a star telescope with magic. And we've made the parts necessary to fix a translation machine. Now, we're going to make better bread. Pray, take a seat, and I shall be with you in a moment. I hope that you still have an appetite. Oh, you work here! It's a lobster! I personally am not the biggest fan of lobster, but when I'm not studying, I actually work here at the kitchens. And that one there is one of the fine dish I divide myself, using all the knowledge I've acquired about food and flavor. Enjoy. Alright, maybe if it's fancy bunny lobster, it'll actually be good. Incredible! As if my tongue has been purified by some divine nectar. I'm so glad you liked it. What you do is, you take a lobster freshly caught from the indigo deep, scoop out the meat and saute it with butter and olive oil. Next you steam it in white wine, but you must take care not to overcook it at this point. You then need to stuff it back into a shell, sprinkle liberally with thyme, oregano, and rosemary, before baking in the oven at a steady heat. Not too hot, of course, and then... She goes on and explains the rest of the recipe. They didn't want to type it all in game. Yes, thank you. I'll take your word for it. I'm already a culinarian, so I already know these kinds of recipes. Oh, my apologies. As you may have noticed, cooking is something of a passion of mine. It is for Bont, too. I make lots of carrots. That brings us to my present problem, and the reason I so desperately require assistance. It all began when the agents of the firm contacted Professor Gavroche, seeking to draw upon his wisdom and the nutritional expertise of his research faculty. Their requests were simple. They wished for him to invent a singular meal that could provide all the daily nutrition a person needs to survive. They expressed that they intend to develop a food supply for emergencies, and thus only one condition imposed, that it may be possible to prepare this miracle dish from ingredients readily available in Labyrinthos.
For his part, the professor threw himself into the work with routine intensity, using Alc Cul as a base to devise a new type of bread, the most recent batch of which I inflicted upon you earlier. Alc Cul was never praised for its flavor to begin with, and it seems the more nutrients you packed into the mix, the more revolting it becomes. Some volunteers have even been known to retch up its contents in their bellies, even choking down after a sample. Suspecting that the difficulty with digestion was to blame, Professor Gavarok asked that I work on making the meal easier to stomach. But the fact is, it simply tastes terrible. Can you imagine if there's truly was some emergency we're forced to live on paddle loaf alone? People would survive, of course, but gods, would they wish they hadn't. To make matters worse, the Professor seems to make cooking as a waste of abomination. If the Forum adopts his recipe, a very real chance that he may champion paddle loaf not only as a candidate for emergency supplies, but as a new nationwide food staple. By and large, Charlanes prefer meals that are easily prepared and easily consumed over more flavorful, but less time-efficient culinary efforts. Scholars busy with their research will settle for sandwiches more often than not. And that ambivalent attitude towards food is exactly why I fear this horrible bread might actually be accepted into our everyday diets. As a Charlane myself, I never had much interest in fine dining. Then I tried a dish at the last stand, and it was as if an entirely new world had opened up to me before. I soon discovered that a course in nutritional science would grant access to a vast repository of information on recipes and ingredients that I enrolled as a student at the Studium's Faculty of Medicine. But their approach to food preparation was purely academic, utilitarian. I reasoned that if I was to learn anything about gourmet cooking, then finding an employment here would be the surest route. In fact, I was on the brink of abandoning my form of studies altogether when this request came in from the forum. As a lover of fine foods, as a person with a functional tongue, I am compelled to prevent this crime against cuisine from entering society in its current form. Fortunately, I have the opportunity to improve the paddle loaf's flavor under the guise of carrying out the professor's instruction. It will, however, be exceedingly difficult to enhance its taste without sacrificing any nutritional value, especially considering my lack of practical expertise. My theory is sound, but when it comes to technical expertise... And that, my dear culinarian, is why I need you. If you do decide to help, then please, I beg you, come and see me at the Maker's Meet. Yeah, we can help you, bunny lady. Vera Pride! Yeah, we cannot let the entire nation survive on that terrible bread. We have to present an alternative. We have to fix this bread. It may be unfixable, but we are going to try. Oh, there you are. I assume this means that you wish to aid me with the paddle loaf predicament. Charlane's larders must be saved. No one else must suffer as I have. Then I gladly accept your assistance. Praise the scholar for bringing us savior to the house that in need. Praise to the scholar for bringing us a savior in this hour of need. Oh dear me, I just realized. How can I put you through all that and not ask your name? I am Bont McGammar, warrior of light, and savior of food. Well then, Bont, I look forward to working with you. We now have access to look at the recipe list, so once again we're going to go shopping! Make it sweeter! Debrea is eager to begin the process of improving the paddle loaf. Let us get straight down to business, shall we? The main problem with the paddle loaf is that the recipe calls for a wide variety of wholesome substances, resulting in an extremely eclectic, and subsequently extremely disgusting mixture of flavors. Now, I've managed to make a slightly less repulsive version by adjusting the balance of ingredients, but the taste remains distinct and unsatisfying. It needs seasoning of some kind, and badly. To that end, I put together a recipe for a sweetener using those materials, which are readily available in the Brintos. Not in the amount which would contradict our healthy and nutritious mandate, of course. Concocting the sweetness itself is a job for the experts, so I'd like you to trust it to you.
Very soon we'll take our first steps to making the paddle loaf halfway enjoyable. You want to see the magic stick? I think it's just right over here. Do they still have them lying around? No. No, all the stabs that they used to make the fancy telescope that I did with these guys are gone. That's a shame. You would think that we would keep them lying around to represent the work that we just accomplished, but no, they're gone. I don't see them anymore. That's a real shame. When we helped that guy make his magic telescope, we made him all sorts of sticks. We were a carpenter, so I guess that makes sense. But right now, the only sticks we're using are butter. Alright. Let's pull up the shopping list. So we need 24 garden beet sugar. Of course we need sugar. We need 24 of this. Oh, you terrible person, you! Only selling 23. I'll buy the 23 and then buy these two. 6 lime basil. I did not type Bass. We're going shopping. Why are there stacks of only 5? This is mean. I hate this. I'm gonna buy the really cheap ones and resell it. I bought way too much lime basil, but here we are. And I need 6 light gerbera. I need 6. Fine, I'm buying 24. 5 is too many. We need stacks of 4. Oh, that's mean. Oh, that feels really bad. Okay, next up, we're going to try and make this yeast. We need palm sugar. We need 26 palm sugar. I would pay 35k for this, or 84k for this, which is way too much. This is 24! Alright, we're buying 32. I hate shopping some days. Amra. We need 6 Amra. We just need 6. This hurts me on such a level. This right here. They have 4 for sale for a decent price, but then the next closest stack is 55. I don't need 55. I need 6. But this is what we got. And 6 lunar tender blossoms. We need 6 of these. Okay, alright, we might actually be getting... Okay, here's 3. And 3. Alright, cool. Shopping. I hate shopping. Puria oil. We need 24 of it. Oh, that hurts! Oh! Okay, 22. And then 2 bottles of 1. Alright, next up. We need 24 grade 5 mind alcohest. We need 20. Oh, wow, these hurt. These are expensive. Of course, the thing that's made by alchemy is going to be stupidly expensive, and we need a lot of it. Of course. If only I were an alchemist and not a culinarian, maybe I could make this myself. But no, I can't, so I have to buy it. I could go shopping on other servers, but I don't want to take the time to do that. And I need 24 of these suckers.
Let's see. Of the loose ones, 2, 4, 6, 8, 13. 14, 17, 19. No, there's only 19 loose ones. So my options are to buy 52 of them. That's it. It's gonna cost me 400,000 gil. Yeah, all the other loose ones were bought up recently. Oh, that's painful. All my money gone. Oh. But you know what? This is why I make gil in the off time. Alright, so I'm keeping these 24. Or what we got in the oven this time? Glue! We got fish glue in the oven! Fish glue doesn't sell for a lot, but I'm gonna put it back up. Yeah, let's get this alcohest up right away. So we split the stack. Yeah, we just bought it for 8,027. Yeah, we're gonna sell it for about the same price. Yeah, we get a 5% markdown in tax, but you know what? This is fine. We bit the bullet. We got what we needed. Oh, that financially hurts me. Alright, so we still got our 24 stuff. And finally, we need this stuff. So we need 24 coconut milk. We only need 24. Fine, buy the excess. We need 6 Barkadin sap. Alright, I can buy a little bit of excess. This doesn't cost a lot, that doesn't hurt me. And 6 Elder Nutmeg Seed. I only need 6. 5. Buy it. And 1. Okay. Alright, we have everything we need. Now, to craft. First item, of course, is easy. We need to do this 6 times. We've done this before, we'll do it again. Oh, I ran out of the high quality ingredient. That's fine, that's fine. I don't think I'm going to run out of crystals, because I actively get crystals back for culinary stuff. I did run out of crystals for carpentry, because I almost never do carpentry. But as you can see, I have thousands of crystals for culinary. I'm good. We're not going to run dry at all. Just need to make 6 of the sweetener. Now, the sweetener doesn't seem too bad. It's just sugar with some herbal stuff to make it slightly more healthy. Makes me think it's going to taste like diet sugar. I feel like that's basically what we're doing. We're making, like, what is this stuff called? Splenda? Oh, no. Did I make 6? Where'd the 6th one go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright, we need this to go here. We need the inventory to stay mostly intact as we're making this stuff. Okay. Alright, next up. This item. I have way too much Umbra. Alright. Alright, here we go. Oh, I'm done. Alright.
just move my bar around a little bit to make more sense for me. Oh, I can just use cherry dye for these. Right, my culinary level is higher because I do leaves. So I can get these done even faster than I got the other things done. Look at me forgetting my level. But we're not doing this to watch me cook. We're doing this for the wonderful story of trying to fix everything. I love wonderful stories. And lately on stream, I've not been playing a lot of games that have wonderful stories. Like, don't get me wrong, I know MechWarrior and Abiotic Factor have stories. However, the story is usually just kind of secondary to what you're trying to do in the game to be able to achieve progress. This is absolutely a story-driven MMO, which treats itself like a single-player game. And right now, I'm doing the weird side quests. The weird side quests that very few people actually do. I love crafting stories. Okay. Paddle of oil. Now, we're still too high level for this. We cannot fail. Yeah, I'm not really worried about the amount of gil that I spend on all the things that I got here today. I have more than enough gil to achieve everything I want to get done. By the way, I have so much gil on Bond. I have so much gil on Bond. Should I just buy a house? I already own houses on other characters. I don't think I need another house. But I guess it could be a thing for me to do on stream, for me to decorate. And for you guys to be able to leave a message in the book like, oh yeah, I hate your streams. I'm glad we didn't fail. Me too. We have no possibility of failing. I'm too good at cooking. Even though I'm lagging a little bit. Yeah, that's still not great. Which is weird. It was doing great for about 3 hours there. Doing great for about 3 hours. This is why I think it's my ISP. I don't think it's anything on my end. Alright, we made all that oil. Do we have high quality ingredients here? No. We're good. Ah, I have to actually craft this. It's still easy. We're so good at cooking. I know I don't look like a cook, but that's because you can wear whatever gear you want on any class now. A lovely change. I will never not point that out, because we had to suffer having terrible looking glamour for so long. Well, I mean, it wasn't terrible looking. It's just like, you know, you kind of look like your class. Now you can look like whatever you want to look like. And I love that for us. How many more of these do I need? 3. We're almost done. Yeah, once I get done with these crafts, I won't have to actually craft too much more when we're actually on the quest. These are actually really good breaks for my voice. I'm doing a lot of reading here. I like it. I've kind of missed it. All the games I'm playing right now, I don't really get to read a lot. But after doing that Scriptures of Germanique thing, I remembered, like, you know what? I actually like reading. I feel like not reading as long as I have has made me worse at reading. So I need to get back into the habit of reading more so I can have a practice ability to convey language in my head and in my mouth. Is that it? We're done? We're done. Okay, let's restructure this a little bit. Okay, that there. We gotta get these 3 bottles up here. I'll sell all this excess junk later. Alright. Spin around in a circle because that's what I do. Alright, it's time to deliver the goods. Actually, I think we're full on purple right now. Maybe I empty the purple one more time. Yeah, I think I emptied the purple one more time. There we go. Now I should be able to not have to worry about capping out on currency. The recipes for sweetener isn't going to give you any trouble, I hear. I can hardly wait to see how it turns out. We already know this! Paddle sweetener. This sweet concoction is designed to bind together the disparate flavors of the foul-tasting paddle loaf. We're gonna be paid very nicely for this. We leveled up again! I'm going to be level 100 by the time I start the next expansion. Thank you, Bond. After trying a little taste, I can safely say that you've managed to hit the sweet spot. Not overly mild and not overly rich. With your sweetener added to the mix, I went ahead and baked a second test of batch of paddle loaf. As a result, well, I took some samples over to the last stand for customers to try. And they said the taste was passable, which is a significant improvement over the nausea-inducing wretchedness of the original recipe. As I had hoped, a little sweetness was instrumental to tying the myriad flavors together. The key here being a little sweetness. We don't want to go overboard and endanger the nutritional balance of the perfect meal. Oh, I'm told one of the regulars at his table today, he has a man with a decidedly particular palate. But we head over and ask him for his impression of our second batch. Alright, he's gonna say it's awful, but at least he can eat it. As long as the food doesn't come back, I think we're in a good place. If I may ask, what did you think of the bread, sir?
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah!
I give the flavor a passing grade. The texture, however, needs some attention.
Ah, the texture.
It's not overly noticeable with a bite-sized sample, but after 1 or 2 full slices, I fear one might begin to struggle with the somewhat dry and powdery consistency.
I had not considered that. Thank you for your most valuable insight, sir. We will certainly keep that in mind for future batches. Well, that was a much needed reminder. In my rush to enhance the flavor, I have neglected to account for changes in the texture. Introducing the sweetener must have affected the consistency of the dough. Nothing is ever simple, is it? Improving the texture will be our next task, then. Now, given the problem some thought, I think we'll work together in creating the solution. Yeah, more lightning crystals! I don't use them, but they're kind of hard to get. Compared to other crystals. I feel like leaves don't give them as reliably. De Broy is now pleased with your efforts. She considers you a reliable baker. Yeah! De Broy appears to have had a revelation. Ah, Bont, my partner in Paddle Loaf Improvement. I
I've been researching the subject of texture. I think I found the cause of our powdery problem. The answer lies in the yeast. It seems the sugar content in the sweetener weakened the usual effect, preventing the dough from being fully leavened. Which means that if we create a yeast more properly suited to sweetener dough, then our bread will be moist as we care to make it. Knowing, however, this is not quite the same as doing. I understand the basics. Formulating yeast from scratch is rather beyond my current abilities. Once more, I must call upon you to rise to the occasion. Sorry.
No, I like the joke. It's good.
I'm afraid our bread will never be all it can be if we cannot solve this yeast dilemma.
Well, we have Petaloof yeast. This special yeast should greatly improve the powdery texture of Petaloof. Just deliver all this.
Now, this is some potent looking yeast. Trust me, after hours I spent staring at such things during my studies, the quality is obvious. I saw your hard work. The third test batch of Petaloof turned out just as moist as we'd hoped. And all without compromising the original integrity of its nutritional content. It was well received by a clientele at the last stand, and even our difficult-to-please regular gave his seal of approval. Ah. Sorry, I've eaten a bit too much bread. I would, however, like to hear the opinion of the, to my knowledge, foremost gourmand in Charlene. I speak of Master Dickon, the owner of Last Stand. Everything I know about gourmet cooking I owe to that man. Come, why don't we go and see what he has to say?
Sure! Like, this is not gourmet bread, but it's really good health food, so...
Master Dickon, what do you think of the third batch?
Aye, it's a decent loaf, alright.
Yeah!
Certainly a far cry from what you started with. That is the very first sample tastes like a sponge fished out of the sewer ditch. I expect you have your new friend to thank for the sudden leap in progress.
Yeah! I swore vendetta against that foul-tasting evil.
Oh, my dearest Bont, you are a gourmet after my own heart. A crusader for the culinary quality.
Be that as it may, you have work to do. You worked wonders with the taste and texture, but there's no aroma. It needs a savory scent to draw you in and set your mouth to watering.
Well, it isn't smelly enough. The road to gastronomic excellence is never ending, it seems. If that is what it takes to earn your full approval, we'll bake on.
Oh, you remind me of old Merwin. He was still studying to build this place, and dedicated his life to bringing fine food to Charlene. That life ended before he truly accomplished his goal, and the last stand passed on to me. Even now, gourmet cooking remains something of a foreign concept in this nation. Kind of place where puffed-up experts like your professor label their nutritional experiments a perfect meal. As if anything with such a revolting flavor could ever be deemed perfect. Listen, the last stand was named for so a reason. A cultural outpost, the final defense against those who would condemn Charlene's diet to blandness and monotony. If you share Mervin's dream, and I believe you do, then I implore you to carry on his legacy.
Yeah! For flavor!
After hearing what Master Dickon had to say, I'm more determined than ever to make a truly perfected Petaloof. As before, allow me some time to cogitate the problem, and then we can see about adding a tantalizing aroma to the next batch of bread.
Debria now considers you an indispensable baker. I love the titles we get. I love them. Aroma is key. Debria's nose is twitching in anticipation of your arrival. Which immediately puts in my mind the thing from the character creator of when a Vieira sells something, and someone's constantly switching between two noses that just shifts the nose up and down to make it look like a sniffing nose. Which is funny to me, but we don't actually get that level of sniff in this game.
I think I have it, Bont. A method of infusing the panaloaf with a more alluring aroma.
I do love baking. I'm glad you like baking too.
The key is to blend a more fragrant oil into the dough, which will not only lend our bread a lovely scent, but also improve its savoury flavour. Oils and fats need to be kept an absolute minimum, of course, so only a variety that provides the greatest effect to the smallest amount. I have a basic idea how low-fat aromatic substance might be achieved, but oil requires your help with the advanced processes involved in making it. Sorry, that was terrible.
No, I like the food-based puns. Using oil as an alternative for aisle is great. It's great. Keep doing it, lady.
Fragrant oil. That'll be a secret ingredient in our fourth and hopefully final test batch.
Here we have panaloaf oil. This fragrant oil will infuse freshly baked panaloaf with a delicious savory aroma. Just put in all the oil.
Gracious me, that smells incredible. I'm actually drooling. Once we start that aroma on their bread, people will be lining up to try a slice. Wait, don't I, Pont? The aromatic temptation of our fourth batch has proven irresistible. Last time patrons even started placing orders for us to bake more. And a happy coincidence, the new oil also served to plump up our loaf until it resembled a small scrumptious cloud. I even measured the fat content just in case, and we were well within the acceptable parameters. Surely now we've achieved true bakery perfection. I suppose there's only one way to find out. So over to the cafe and ask for Master Dickens' verdict.
Yeah!
Please, Master Dickens, don't leave us in suspense. His eyes are closed. He's thinking.
No? This is unacceptable. What? What's wrong with it? I cannot have you baking bread that's more delicious than mine! You've outdone yourselves this time. Full marks!
Yes. Now that we've had our master's unconditional approval, I bet that signals the end of our testing process. We make a wonderful team, Bond.
How disappointed to find you frittering away the hours like this, and here of all places. It's him, the nasty man! You set aside my assignment on digestive test used in pursuit of trivial art, of gourmet cooking.
I'll not deny it. That's exactly what I've been doing. And let me tell you why. The problem with panaloaf was never a difficulty with digestion. It was the awful taste that was making people feel ill. Lest you believe your efforts in vain, then I ask you to try a sample of our fourth test batch. I think you'll find the flavour much improved.
No. Nay, I have no interest in your mundane concern over flavour. The very subject sickens me. What I will do, however, is analyse the nutritional value of your much improved panaloaf. We shall see if it even meets the criteria of a proper meal substitute.
And so, the alchemist has entered the room. Because remember, these are alchemist quests too.
I must inform you that your fourth batch is a failure. It is sorely lacking in ascorbic acid, a vital nutrient which any prospective meal replacement must contain. Deficient levels of ascorbic acid leads to outbreaks of scurvy. It is an illness which often afflicts sailors on long sea voyages, and also can be prevalent in times of famine and hardship. Citrus fruits are an effective measure to combat scurvy, but one cannot always rely on a fresh supply of oranges or lemons. As such, the perfect meal of choice is one which readily fulfills that role. I have already succeeded in making this nutrient to my original panaloaf, and am prepared to make my submission to the form.
But the acid, how did you...
You expect me to reveal my techniques to one who so blatantly disregards my instructions?
I'm sorry, Mr. Brewer, but you are hereby relieved from your current duty.
So be it. I'll perfect our version of the Penelope without your assistance, and submit the recipe as a contender to your own.
Huh. A contest, then. And may the best bread win. However, in the event that your recipe fails to garner the form's favor, I will see you disciplined for your misuse of research funds. Your punishment will be an expulsion from my research facility. Nay, from the studium itself. Professor Galvarok, you are so intent on ruining my employee's future that I think I'm entitled to a question or two. What old Mervyn told me, the two of you were once classmates. More than that, in fact. You were good friends. So I'd like to understand, why do you hold so much hate for the thing he held so dear? Drama! Intrigue! Plot. Mervyn was an exceptional student, but he threw away his academic career for the love of a well-made meal. The cafe he built, the incessant taste testing, not more than excuses to indulge in course after course of gourmet food and drink. It was reckless pursuit of a passion which sent him to an early grave. Your fine dining is the excuse, a curse. It befuddled the mind of a brilliant young man, slew him as surely as any slow-acting poison. Now, if you have nothing further to say, I must return to my research. Swift, sure, efficient.
I had no idea the Professor and Mervyn were ever acquainted, let alone classmates and friends. At least now I understand why my actions upset him so. But we cannot give up. For the sake of Charlene's bellies, you must help me with the form's minds.
You can count on me, or our crusade for culinary quality continues.
Thank you, Bont. I shall figure out this issue with the acerbic acid, and then we can start on the test batch number 5. Although, I think it's time I've had a proper name for our Penelope. I nominate Mervyn Bread, and other than that stands Fander. Let's get the oven heated up, and show the Professor what we and our loaves are made of.
De Bruyere now considers you an irreplaceable baker. A new quest will continue. Long live the gourmet! De Bruyere is practically bursting with determination and purpose.
As Professor Galvarok is so eagerly pointing out, our Mervyn bread cannot be considered a perfect meal until we load it with sufficient quantity of acerbic acid. The problem is, all the citrus varieties grown in Labyrinthos have distressingly low values of this key nutrient. They say it has something to do with how the full sun cannot entirely replace the effects of natural sunlight. Thus, for our purposes, we are unlikely to improve the Mervyn loaf's levels of acerbic acid simply by adding a Labyrinthos orange or two in the list of ingredients. And yet the Professor claimed to have managed this feat. The question is how?
He synthesized the acid himself, because he wouldn't lie about using things from Labyrinthos. That's within the rules.
Yes, it's entirely possible. He may have manufactured the nutrient using elements extracted from the readily available Labyrinthos produce. The process he employed, however, is a mystery. It will take me months to research and manufacture methods such as scratch, but we cannot allow the Professor to submit his Penelope unopposed. We need to consult with another expert on the subject. Valentione is the home of alchemy, and one of its noted practitioners, Maître Javaz, is a Near East leading authority on nutritional science. I've never had the pleasure myself, but perhaps he will assist to the audience if we show him up on his doorstep? The new Aetherite allows us to travel with Avner directly, so that should save us some time. Let's be swift, and sure, we might have to work on efficient.
Now, we don't need to do the exact same thing as the other guy. We need to do it better than the other guy. We could spend 1,600 gil teleporting over there. I'm going to use the ethereal slingshot. I'm just going to teleport there for free.
Hello again, lady. Go ahead, shoot me. Oh, right, it's still really bad. Alright, the apocalypse is still happening. Right. You forget about that sometimes when you're making bread. Oh. Oh, I feel sick to my stomach. That's nothing compared to the nausea I suffered from one bite of the professor's panna loaf. Come on. We'll find Master Javaz in the city proper. Yeah, be careful out here, lady. It's dangerous. Now it's really cheap to teleport there because we're already on this side of the world. But this is a lot more trouble than we had to do with the previous quests, that's for sure. It's still sods at Han. So this is the fabled city of Radzahan. It's even more vibrant than I imagined. Yes, this is my first visit to Thavner. To be perfectly honest, it's the first time I've ever left Charlene. What have you, Bond? Have you been here before? Well, of course I have. And you can lead on the way. I've started to lay out this place from top to bottom on the parchment, but on flesh I'd probably get us lost before I'd even taken 10 steps. The documents I've read mention Master Javal's affiliation with the High Crucible of Alchemia. I wonder though. The man should be getting on in years, and he may very well be retired. Anyway, it's somewhere to start. Let's head there now, see if he's still in residence. Yay! NPC following you tutorial. That means there might be places that she offers dialogue other than this? No, not really. I probably should have taken the teleporter. Ah well, we're running. Come on. Don't get tired now. Just a couple more steps. Alright, we're at the place. Okay, so... Oh, there is a little bit of dialogue here. First, we talk with you here. It seems that everywhere you look, there's another sight to dazzle the senses. Now that is an impressive piece of alchemical apparatus. I'd wager they could concoct almost any mixture they pleased in such a grand furnace. Oh, apologies for some lingering ethereal sickness. Let's press on. Javaz! Never heard of the fellow. He might have worked here once, but I know no one by that name amongst my present colleagues. I suppose he is retired after all. Actually, considering his age, there is no guarantee that the man is even... Well, let us assume that he's still among us for the moment. Shall we continue our inquiries at the floor below? We're running! Yay, the stream is back. I'm sorry that breaks so much on your guys'... I know it's my internet. I need to have a strongly worded conversation with them soon. They spared no expense on this facility. When it comes to the field of alchemy, it would seem that Radzahan is moments ahead of everyone, even the most learned of professors in Charlene. You're looking for a Jalvaz, the alchemist. That would be my great-grandfather, but it's been quite some time since he last worked here. Your great-grandfather? Yeah. He was a great man. He is! Over 100 summers young, and still going strong. As a prominent scholar of nutrition and health, he's always practiced what he preached. Why, he's even spry enough to visit the tavern from time to time. If you head over to Mehena, you might have a chance to see him there. That's wonderful news, thank you. I'm very eager to meet him. There you have it, Bond. Our next destination is Oh dear. Aether travel did not agree with me. Deep breaths. Now wait a minute, Mehina will go. Thanks, lady. Whoa! It's still working! Oh wait, no, there's dialogue in that hallway up there. We're gonna miss it if I just teleport up there. We have to walk. And the dialogue is probably placed in such a way because you used to have to walk. It used to be that these NPCs would not follow with you if you used the Aethernet. Yeah, we want to see what she has to say about the market. So much alchemical equipment. Even with all the time I'd spent at the Faculty of Medicine, I've never even seen half of these devices. Perhaps I should spend some time studying here in Thavnair. Maybe! You're not gonna learn everything you need sitting in one place unless you have the power of the internet, maybe. But even then, there's some things that you have to touch and see in order to be able to properly learn. Oh my, authentic Cornish curries. That spicy aroma is to die for. But as much as I would love to sample all the food on offer, my gourmet research will have to wait. Do they have curries here? I suppose they have some right with this bread. But it mostly looks like kebabs and fruit. But I guess it would be the smell of the curry that draws you to the stall. It's just like Dickon said, the smell is important. And we're here. I don't see anyone who matches your portrait from the books, which makes sense considering how young he was in a particular picture. I wonder what he... Oh... And she's down. Miss. Oh, don't you worry now, young lady. I will do remedies that will put you back on your feet in a twinkling. Wow, now that was a sound of high quality. Thank you, sir. They are so much better. I never heard of a bout of ethereal sickness lasting this long. Oh no, my dear. You are quite clearly suffering from a severe case of anemia. All the symptoms point to a lack of acerbic acid. Without that nutrient, your body has trouble absorbing iron, which in turn leads to a thinning of blood, a disturbing pallor, and extreme fatigue. The medicine I gave you will remedy these issues, but I strongly suggest you rethink your dietary habits. You haven't done your youthful promise stolen by a fatal case of scurvy now, would we? Now that I think on it, I've been eating nothing but panelloaf samples since we started all this. That stands to reason that our yet-to-be perfected meals would leave me low on acerbic acid. Thought XIV me almost made the same mistake as Mervyn. Your knowledge of nutritional sciences is most impressive, Master. Huh? Oh, just play no travails with these days, my dear. I'm retired now, but I've learned a thing or two about healthy eating and longevity over the years. So you are Davos. I knew it. My name is Deborah, and I study nutrition at the Studium Quests. I come seeking wisdom from the foremost expert in the field, that being you, of course. If you know of a viable laboratory method of manufacturing acerbic acid, I humbly request for you to instruct me in the process. Oh, isn't this a coincidence? It wasn't long ago that a professor from your studium approached me looking to solve the exact same dilemma. Alright, so we're on the right track. Yes, I know of a method. I was the one who discovered it. But the sweat of my brow comes at the price, Mr. Brouillet. A rather rich one at that. How rich? The professor paid it without so much as raising an eyebrow, but I'm afraid the cost of my services is beyond the means of the average student. Still, it hardly seems fair to turn you away at the gate. I tell you what, why don't I make you a deal? You see, I've always been a lover of curries, and when you haven't eaten as many as I have, you begin to grow tired of the same Hannish flavors.
Then I recently came to learn of an Eorzean-style curry plate that I am desperate to try. I obtained the recipe from a trader, and I even got so far as to gather the ingredients to cook here to take a stab at preparing the dish. But now destiny has seen fit to drop a pair of Western travelers in my lap. So who better to make Western cuisine than natives of those lands, eh? So here's my offer. You prepare the curry and I teach you the method, provided my palate is properly tickled.
We accept. I promise you we'll make you the most delicious curry you've ever tasted. The other visitor was most certainly Professor Galvarok. That means the professor he learned is one way can be followed by resources. The process he learned is one which can be followed by using resources in the labyrinthos. What's more, Eorzean curry is the last stand's most famous dish. I made it many times. First you caramelize the onions to bring out their sweetness, add the bouillon, dice the choice of meat and stew until tender. Oh, and be sure to skim the floaty bits off the water, of course, and then... She goes on to explain the process of making this curry. Debroya, save it for the kitchen! Ah, sorry, I did it again, didn't I? Anyway, yes, I know all the steps, aside from mixing the golden spice. Master Dickon was always the one who prepared that ingredient. If you could take care of that part, then I'd be more than happy to handle everything else.
As I said, I've all the ingredients you need and more besides. Cook away and let me know if you're running low on anything. Ah, my mouth is watering already. You were in charge of preparing the spice, weren't you? Take whatever you need to complete the curry, and don't spare me the sling.
Alright, so we're gonna make golden spice. With this spice added to the mix, a standard curry dish is transformed into a flavorful culinary masterpiece. Using golden spice ingredients. This pouch contains the ingredients necessary to mix a batch of Master Dickon's golden spice. Alright, we make the thing. And it's a low enough level that we can just simply make the thing. Easy. How's that spice mixture coming along? Here you go.
It smells wonderful.
This will give our curry the perfect amount of zest. Oh no, the bitrate went to tarnation again. So this is what
the Eorzean curry looks like. The colors, the aroma. It's so different to what we serve here. Now for the all-important taste.
Oh, it looks alright. I'd give it a try. Is it to your liking, sir?
Ah, it's fantastic. The more you eat, the more layers of flavor compound into a harmonious orchestra of deliciousness. They say you can taste the chef's intention in a meal, and your determination to impress me has infused every bite.
Yeah, we did it. Then you're sharing a method with us?
Of course I will. A meal such as that is worth more than a man's weight in gold.
They're describing the process, but... So coconut milk is the key. Yep, there it is. We kind of knew all along, given that we already made everything ahead of time and already used coconut milk, but here we are. Thank you so much, Navaz, sir. There is one more thing I would ask, if I may. What, in your opinion, is the biggest secret to health and long life?
A well-balanced diet is important, no doubt about that, but I believe you must enjoy what you eat. It's always seemed to me that digestion is aided by how much one relishes a meal. And the better one's digested, the more nutrients one's body absorbs.
Exactly. I've often thought the same myself. You've been a great help to us, sir. I wish you many more years of healthy living to come. And although I would love nothing more than to thoroughly explore Ratzahan's gourmet delights, we must hurry back to Charlene. Perhaps another time. Yeah, you can use the slingshot to get here anytime.
Ah, such a glorious meal. If enjoyment truly does improve one's health, then I think I just added 10 years to my life.
Back to Charlene. Back over here. Almost done. Almost done. I'm sorry that the stream went to nonsense again. At least the VOD will be good. At least the VOD will be here for everybody. That's what I have to tell myself. Thank you, Bond, for accompanying me to such a far-flung locale. On such short notice. I don't know if I could have secured the alchemical process around Alc Cul without your assistance. But now that we have it, our next batch of Mervyn bread will be well and truly perfect. This time, for certain. Perfectly delectable. De Bruyere is in a state of despair. No! Oh, Bont. What happened, girl? I've been trying to make that acerbic acid. I've done exactly as Javaz instructed, follows the steps to the letter, but it all ends in failure. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I simply lack the expertise. The process required is far more competent hands than mine. So here I am at the last, asking for your help once again. Please, I need you to manufacture the additive that will perfect our perfect meal. Sure, I can do that. I probably already have. All our Mervyn bread needs is a viable acerbic additive. I may have failed in that endeavor, but I have faith that you will succeed. We have already succeeded. Acerbic additive. Extracted from coconut milk, this additive has been meticulously crafted to elevate the Mervyn bread's acerbic acid content to acceptable levels. We have done it. I think I shorted myself on purple script, so I'm not really worried about it. Incredible. It's practically glowing with goodness. With this added to our creations, I have every confidence that this bread will pass any test they care to subject it to. Yeah! We did it! With your additive, well, added to the mix, I put the batch of Mervyn bread into the oven to bake. It should be ready any moment now. Oh, it doesn't look great. I think I've seen bread like this before. This is it. The final fluffy result of much trial and error. It looks so familiar. Well, have a bite. And how does it taste? As amazing as it looks, are like streams of flavor blending into a single river of ambrosial delight. 'Cause we made this! At least we know it's not made from people. Ah, wonderful. And the texture? It's like biting into a soft baked cloud. Or it's like natural law has been suspended to create this one moment of unparalleled puffy crusted bliss. Fantastic. And last but not least, what did you think of the aroma? That luscious, savory smells to die for. It's like a siren scent of savory temptation with no mortal stomach could resist. We're selling it hard. Exactly what I thought. All the disparate elements have come together so well. Flavor, texture, aroma, not to mention a perfect balance of nutrients. And I have to thank you for this delectable achievement. Yes, I believe this current incarnation of Mervyn bread has a good chance of swaying the forum in our favor. You are attending the evaluation, aren't you? In fact, I must insist upon it. Yeah, let's go!
Deporia is thrilled with your efforts. She now considers you a consummate baker. Is our bread now here forever? No, not yet. Oh, I really wish the stream quality wasn't so bad at this pivotal moment. Ah. There's nothing more I can do to try and make it better. There's nothing more I can do. Charlene cuisine. Deporia is brimming with confidence. This is a bunt. I think I did. There's one thing I can do. There's one thing I can do. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm going to try getting rid of something. That might make it more stable near the end. Oh. Yeah. Get rid of that. Okay. Alright. Here we go. Here we go. This is it, Bont. The form is ready to begin the evaluation process. We work tirelessly on perfecting our submission, and have every confidence that the Mervyn bread will be the winning candidate. Come, let's make our way to the rostra, shall we? Alright, off we go. I know I said I was confident, but the thought of actually standing before the forum has my stomach in all knots. Courage, Deporia, courage! You got this, girl! Oh, it's not a lot of the forum that gets to taste bread. Esteemed colleagues, we have convened today to evaluate the select suitable candidate for our proposed meal substitute. As previously discussed, this meal substitute will serve as an emergency provision, such as when our usual sources of food are restricted or otherwise unreliable. To be considered viable, a submission must satisfy our stipulated conditions. Namely, that it must be possible to prepare this meal using only the ingredients available in Labyrinthos, and that it also provides all the nutrients necessary to sustain day-to-day survival. Our first two candidates is the patent loaf, submitted by Professor Galvarach, with whom I am sure you are all familiar. The second is Mervyn bread, submitted by one Miss Deporia, a student of the Faculty of Medicine. Members of the Council of Culinary Assurance will select one of these candidates following a thorough nutritional analysis and trial consumption of the samples provided. Well, they ate all of both of them, somehow. Some of them looked a bit dazed. Our analysis has determined that both submissions meet the basic nutritional requirements to qualify as meal replacements. And as they share the same nutritional values, the only consideration left to judge them upon is taste. Even being generous, it would be difficult to describe the flavor of paddle loaf as pleasing. Mervyn bread, on the other hand, is a culinary delight. On the grounds of assessment, Mervyn bread is clearly the superior choice. I beg to differ. Yes, I admit the paddle loaf has a little off in a way of gastronomic enjoyment. Have you considered the matter from your viewpoint of efficiency? Mervyn bread's flavor requires the addition of specific sweeteners and oils, not to mention a particular variety of yeast, an involved process which demands excessive time and exertion. The recipe for paddle loaf, however, was devised for simplicity in mind.
Stick.
allowing one to manufacture the same quantity of food with but a fraction of the effort. Also, who put this stick in here? Get this out. I implore you to reconsider your decision. After all, this is an emergency combustible we are discussing here, not some gourmet menu item.
You raise a valid argument, Professor. We have indeed overlooked the question of efficiency.
Should the situation arrive that necessitates a supply of emergency rations, then ease of manufacture would certainly be a primary concern, and in that respect your paddle loaf holds a significant advantage.
If I might offer an opinion.
Is it Grandpa coming to save us again? Of course it is! Wait, no! It's the one guy from the last stand! A different guy! He tasted one of our earlier things!
Master Hogstad, to what do we owe this unexpected pleasure? Curiosity, mostly. I may be retired, but all this talk of the perfect meal piqued my interest. Wait, I know you.
Yeah, what I just said.
And I know your delicious Mervyn bread. It is unfortunate, in fact, that fine food is often regarded with contempt here in Charlian. Many see the pursuit of gourmet cuisine as a trivial distraction, an inefficient use of one's precious time. Yet when a tired researcher craves a refreshing cup of sweet tea, is it a question of simple desire, or the body's way of signaling the lack of a certain nutrient? And what is the comfort afforded by those inefficient tastes and flavors? Surely we have all experienced the calm and reassurance provided by a hearty dish. The same principles can be observed with the soothing familiarities of home, cooked favorites. Why, when my academic consultations are frustrated by some intricable problem, it's with that very soothing effect that I visit my beloved last stand. As such, I submit that test plays a far greater role in our well-being than simply enjoyment. Imagine, if you will, a prolonged crisis. And then tell me, which of these foods would you prefer to consume day after day after day? Faced with the struggle to survive, which of these meals would best serve to bolster your mental and emotional fortitude?
To be perfectly honest, the very thought of eating paddle for more than a single day brings me to the edge of panic. Hardly a state one wishes to be in when dealing with a crisis.
Yes, when taking into account the additional effort required in its preparation, a satisfying meal is more likely to contribute to a rational frame of mind, which in the long run may prove to be more efficient benefit.
Ugh.
Now, for all those interested parties that may make their arguments, the time has come to put the matter to vote. The results speak for themselves. Pavlov, 1 vote. Melvin Bread, 5 votes. Congratulations, Mr. Deboyer. Your submission has been accepted as Charlane's official emergency meal replacement recipe.
Yeah, we did it! Good food wins!
Professor, your research is still very much a part of...
But we win! So why are we feeling sad?
Well, that was a near thing. At least until our last stand supporter chimed in. I never knew he was a former member of this forum. I think we safely call it an end to the matter. Although there is one last thing I would like to ask of you, Bont. Despite his rigid way of thinking, Professor Gavarok is not a bad person. Perhaps I can make him a nice meal to soften the blow of his loss. With a little expert help?
I'll get my apron! I don't have one, actually.
I knew you couldn't refuse. I have a moment. Come and meet me at the last stand.
Alright, off we go! Off we go! Now that we have won at Bread Court.
Because no one wants to eat bad bread every day. Some people don't even want to eat bad bread one day. Now, Sir Professor's meal. I thought I might make him a serving of fish cakes, one of our local specialties. According to Master Dickon, Mervyn and Gavarok used to eat them all the time during their student years. To prepare the fish cakes, you take a white fish of some onion and grind it into a paste. Add milk and pepper and eat well, then sprinkle in the flour before rolling the mixture into oval shapes and frying them in boiling hot oil. You don't need the entire recipe. Bob would like to prepare the all-important fish paste. The rest of the dish you can leave to me. If you find yourself lacking ingredients, Master Dickon will graciously agree to provide us with whatever you need.
And you shall receive. I pay you for a zeal. Wipe that frown from the sour-faced grub.
Right, let's get cooking.
Right, Lo, my pantry is yours. Considering what you did with that bread, I may as well have dissembled the next dish as well.
Jade says, how funny! I just had a few slices of French bread. Your timing is good. And finally, we make Charlene fish cake ingredient. A key ingredient in making Charlene fish cakes, made with Charlene fish cake ingredient supplies. This set contains everything necessary to create a key fish cake ingredient. Probably fish and onion.
Let's make the thing. We're really good at cooking.
You're welcome. Watch a cat drink coffee.
Hold on, that emote looks similar. Aha! Aha! I see your reused asset. Aha! It was in the game all along.
It has a few more animations to it than that. Yeah, I think the other version of it, the gulp or the sip, like, yeah. Either way, it wasn't hard for them to make to be able to give that to us. Oh, this is your part of the recipe coming along.
Bam!
Perfect. This will be the ingredient which brings the whole dish together. I've already sent a message to Professor Gavarok, asking him to meet us here. Hopefully he hasn't eaten yet. It's fish cakes! It's a little bit dark.
Why did you send for me? To taunt me with your victory in the place which I care for the least?
Of course not, sir. I wanted to offer you this meal as a gesture of goodwill. Please eat. Enjoy. At least he's eating.
That was good.
Yeah! It may be simple dishes, but Charlene does have his own local specialties. The art of quality cuisine was never wholly absent from our culture, despite what people think. I'll never argue the importance of nutrition, but I believe what Master Delvaz says is true. Enjoyment of a meal tends to encourage digestion, and there's a more efficient intake of nutrients.
When I first proposed the recipe for Alc Cul, I did so with Mervyn in mind. He was always so focused on his research that he neglected his dietary needs, and so I thought to provide a convenient yet nutritious source of sustenance.
It was taken from me before I had the chance to complete it. I was grief-stricken, angry at the loss of my friend, as gourmet lifestyle became the target of my rage. Though it pains me to admit it, he was responsible for his own actions. It was wrong of me to lay the blame on the thing he loved most. Loved too much, it seems. And after considering the arguments laid out in the evaluation, I am forced to recognize that taste is an integral part of my work. I shall begin research into a new perfect meal, which will taste even better than your vaunted Mervyn bread.
But Mervyn bread was never solely ours, Professor. It was your research and your panel loaf which provided a nutritional basis for our recipe. Bond and I simply improved the palatability while maintaining the balance which made it healthy in the first place. Mervyn bread is as much your creation as it is mine or Bond's, which is why I implore you to continue improving it. With your resources and expertise, there is no one better positioned to solve the recipe's lingering issues with inefficiency.
In that case, I shall need an assistant. Together, you and I will test the boundaries of what is possible in the field of gourmet health cuisine. Speaking of fine foods, I do have one complaint about the fish cakes of yours. There are too few. I seem to recall the dish being much larger back when Mervyn and I used to eat them. Are there any more, perchance? No.
Of course, there's never enough good food. Looks like she's enjoying the aroma before she takes a drink. Yeah, that's also me with coffee. I'll get coffee tomorrow. I do believe this was our first time I've seen the Professor smile. I'm glad our fish cake special had the desired effect. But my work at both the Studium and the Last Stand has just begun. I have an entire city to convince the benefits of fine dining. Fortunately, it seems the Professor is on our side now. We can expect the laboratory's research to expand into taste-related fields. In my part of the ongoing mission, I will do my utmost to see that it succeeds. He's here!
Oh, yes. This place is well suited to the study of flavor-based nutrition. We begin our research into more efficient preparation methods immediately.
And here I thought my days of frantic baking were over. Better wash out the mixing bowl. Thank you for all your help, Bond. I would not have asked for a more perfect kitchen mate. Please do come visit me from time to time, both at the Studium and as a valued patron of the Last Stand. I would if I could. The game won't let me. And we take our last reward. We are now a virtuoso baker. He's now doing alchemy in the back.
Infusing the dish with a rich savory flavor will require isolating a relevant property of cheese, and a more efficient method can be found with kelp.
Kelp? Kelp flavored bread? Maybe? Well, have you heard? The Faculty of Medicine has acknowledged the contribution of gourmet foods to our culture, has commissioned research into recipes from across the world. As for the Last Stand, we're seeing more customers than ever. It's like the beginning of a revolution for Charlene cuisine. And I'll be doing my part to make sure we keep this momentum going. Yeah! And with that, it's over. We are done crafting for now. There will be more crafting in the future, as I encounter more people with custom deliveries, and get done with those gathering quests that I didn't get done. These still require that I beat the main story in the form of combat quests. So I do still have to do a little bit more to be able to get this done. Yeah, I have to beat Endwalker before I can finish it. Ah, he wants to go with the umami flavoring. Yeah. He wants to add the true savory.
So we can't get done with all these yet. But when we do, we'll be able to do the culminations quest in the same stream that I do that stuff. Let's see, how long have I been going at? I've been going at for 5 hours. Yeah, it's a good enough time to stop. This is a good point to stop. And you know what? We're still capped on the purple currency. I'll get my inventory sorted. I'm glad we were able to get the Valentione stage stuff done. I'm glad we're able to get all this crafting and stuff done. What do you guys think of my crafting outfit? Be sure to let me know if you guys are watching this and see this. I can always change it to other things later in the future. I look forward to feedback of what you want to see bot dress up as. Think of me as another one of those custom delivery NPCs that you get to dress up after. Even better, I can get my own glamour. I'll think about that some other time. Thanks all for making and baking with me, and enjoying the whole cake process. I hope you all have a lovely Valentine's Day. And I will see you guys in the future. I could pick someone to raid out, but I'm not really feeling it. Good night, everybody.